I got to try to change the thumbnail here. It's got the wrong date on it. I guess it doesn't really matter. Fuck it. Fuck it. I don't think that one is any better. What the fuck is going on? I don't even have headphones on. Can't even hear anything. Good. Don't want to. Oh. Oh. What doing? Figures they run it down on a day like this. Oi, oi, oi. Well, the water pump operation got pushed till tomorrow, so maybe I should get some headphones. Damn it. Hang on. Shills and shambles.
Right into if you are someone that is allocating capital to AMC now, the odds
There we go. Now I have it.
likely, but not guaranteed, to be a lot higher than maybe other previous points. And
Yeah, right. Shut the fuck up.
Some of you guys might be buying AMC, some of you guys might not be. And the
Oh, there he is.
short squeeze like event, well, that comes down to a couple different things, right? Whether or not that happens.
It comes down to a cuck. I think you had that right there, bro. I think it comes down to a cuck. Comes down to a cuck. All right. What in the fuck?
Dilution stops. AMC's fundamentals continue to do well, and the markets are in a good place. With that dynamic and more capital coming back in our markets, with that dynamic, you will likely see some form of short squeeze event. Now, specific catalysts, things that, I can't forecast, also will be great. But a good first start here is just seeing a stabilization of AMC stock. And I do think, as I've said in the last video, a commitment to not diluting shareholders is likely coming right around the corner, like right around the corner in the not so distant future. And that is going to be exciting. When that happens, AMC stock is likely to do very, very well. Now, let's start off with this. I just want you guys to know some statistics on our markets right now. So this is from Seth Golden. He says, when a down year like 2022 is followed by an up year in 2023, markets tend to keep going up the next year, 86% of the time. So that's very high statistical odds that we'll have a green year this year. The median return is 13%. But really what's happened in our markets over the past 2 years now, this is a longer term process that has been taking place, is you have been seeing this disconnect between money going into big tech names, Magnificent Seven names, the markets being top heavy, and not going into small mid-cap stocks, interest rate sensitive names. As the Fed has been raising rates and the odds of a recession have been higher, that makes a lot of sense. But as we get more clarity and hopefully avoid a recession, things should get...
Hopefully avoid a recession. Oh, okay. Okay.
Should get at least more clear. Okay.
I'm working on getting everything set back to normal here because I was messing with stuff on my system. So
if we avoid a recession, outright,
let me know if anything's funky.
The problem
Thank you.
here is unemployment's really low. The labor market's still doing well.
Well, that's probably going to change. It's probably going to be changing soon when we see some of these numbers start to filter through, because in 2024 so far, and this is just in the tech and startup industries, but if you look here, according to layoffs.fyi, which I've been using for a couple years to look at these layoff numbers, just this year, so what, 14 days, you have, let's see if I can get that. I had it on here before. Yeah, I'm looking at the sum of these right here. 7,528 layoffs in the half month of January so far. And we're talking about everything from, startups and things that nobody's heard of, right? Like, I don't know, Q Health and Meridian Link. Some outfit called Here in Miami laid off 100% of its workers. And this is all sourced, by the way. It's sourced. To stuff like Trend Micro. Twitch laying off 35% of its employees, which is 500 people. SoFi laid off another 4%. Citrix, ChargePoint, Amazon, Instagram, and these are all within the last week, right? Now I'm into January 10th on this. Let me see if I can make this a little bigger. I'm not sure that I can. It's an Airtable thingy. Oh, yeah, there we go. So here we go. Amazon, Instagram, Google, they just laid off another 1,000. I don't know what 888 is. It's in Israel. Audible, Discord laid off 17% of its workforce, 170 folks. And Vendor, whatever that is, Artifact, etc. So layoffs.fyi. These aren't counted in anything yet. These people have, haven't filed for unemployment yet. Maybe they're still on severance. Who knows? But yeah, not good. Not good. Not good. But We'll see. All right.
Worse from here. Well, there are a lot. It's more than likely going to get a little worse from here. Question is, instead of, you can only see the unemployment rate fall so much. You can only see so many jobs created. So it is a delicate process of the Fed trying to balance, doing too much, doing too little, keeping the economy afloat. Because let me tell you right now, nobody wants a recession in 2024 more than the government wants to avoid a recession. In fact, there's only been one president that has ever won a re-election during a recession, or if there was a recession within 2 years prior to an election. So if we go into recession, well, odds of the current administration getting reelected, very, very low. Okay. Like almost unprecedented. The last time this happened was 1913 with William Taft, and you have had 8 other presidents try to get reelected during a recession, or if a recession happened within 2 years of that reelection, and it has not happened one other time. So I think for that reason, you're likely to see a lot of accommodation in our markets if things do start to look like we could head into a recession. And I do think that will happen at some point. I do think there will be some kind of recession fears, kind of like the banking crisis, right? Stocks fell. Banks were going bankrupt. For good reason, stocks fell. And then what happened? The Fed came in and injected $400 billion into the markets. Basically overnight, stocks took off. Didn't even really look back at that point. AI got the next leg of the rally going, but the Fed did all of the work there. And I think if you do start to see job losses or job gains really slowing down, if you start to see the unemployment rate rise, the markets are going to be a little bit fearful on that, for sure. When the Fed steps in at that point, they're going to feel much, much better with the situation. And that's when more capital likely comes into our market. So
sorry, I was not keeping up with the chat there. I was doing a little background.
Will be very important for our market.
Research.
And that will be a big, if you will, turning.
The Fed did all the work
for AMC stock, and we'll see.
This is best when he ties it into AMC.
That point obviously depends where AMC stock is at that point. If AMC stock's $2, $3, $4, it might look a little bit different. Maybe AMC's $8 by that point or $10 by that point. Who knows? We are expecting the first Fed rate cut in March, so that will be important.
Yeah, right.
Now.
Yeah, fucking right.
The way, and I'm kind of just.
So on one hand, he says that it looks like we're going to avoid a recession. On the other hand, he says we're expecting rate cuts in March. None of what he said actually jives together. Like if the economy looks fine, and we're on the path to 2% inflation with no recession, then there's no reason to cut the interest rates. Now, more likely, we're going to see a reinflation start to happen, and I think we did start to see that. I think we'll see the numbers revised higher and higher numbers as we go forward. I mean, think about it. Okay, corporate profits have been down, at least among a lot of the huge cap companies like Apple even, right? Like the last, 5 quarters or something like that. Disinflationary. What I'm saying here is, what is the source of the disinflation that we've seen? Is it because of what the Fed has been doing? Or, is it more tied into other things? And what happens when those corporate profits start to return? Reinflation. Also, you have declining profits in a stock market that's at or near all-time highs. A lot of stocks are at near all-time highs. I mean, it's not a good situation to be in. It's not just, we have a news flash here from Noisy Corax. Fed rate cuts aren't bullish. Not in this scenario. Because, you know, what is the reasoning? What is the purpose behind a rate cut? You know, it's to get people to make those investments. Because the guaranteed treasury yields won't be there. Yeah, I don't think we got a problem with that right now. Also, if the economy rebounds, why cut rates? Rates are a factor of growth and inflation expectations. So if we have recovery, then why lower rates? And lower rates are artificially low rates or are, you know, destructive in their own right. So it should cost money to borrow money. And if you need to borrow money, you should be able to pay to borrow money. I mean, Wall Street just wants all this free money. They want, you know, the era of free money to come back. That's what happened after 2008. No, they don't waste a crisis. But, you know, I don't see it. I don't see it happening again. What will happen, who knows? But you just got a lot. You know, you got cans that have been kicked down the road for so long. At this point, there has to be a reckoning. You know, is it in fiscal policy? I don't know. But got a lot of spineless fucking bastards out there in roles that they shouldn't be. We got some hard choices to make.
Rambling, but I think these things are very, very important.
I was just rambling. Sorry.
Option activity for this upcoming week. You do have calls on the open interest side of about 64% and puts on the open interest side of 36%. So,
oh boy, great. Who cares? Doesn't matter. Makes no difference. Sorry. It does not make any goddamn difference. Okay, coming back to the futures. What do we got? We got a lower opening. Wow, this is one of the first weeks in a long-ass time, I feel like, that there's actually a dip on the opening. But, of course, you know, does it really matter? Because this shit's going to close and then it'll reopen tomorrow. It's one of those cool double futures market opening weeks. Doubtful that we'll do it tomorrow, although I guess we could. Shit, I just realized I was on best or top chat and not full, so I was missing half of the chats. God damn it. The illiteracy of economics of these meme stock bros is frightening. Amen.
This is not financial advice, not legal advice, for entertainment, educational purposes only. Anything I say is my opinion. Please don't make any financial decision based on anything I say in these videos. That being said, hit the like button, subscribe button, all that YouTube algorithm stuff so you get the videos I put them out. So I'm thinking, I'm analyzing that data. But like I tell you every day, the data they release us is false. Man, it give us a false narrative of the market so we can make bad trading decisions. Listen, I did a video about how the margin requirements change and the fact that they push the price down. Listen to me. The shows are going crazy. They can't help themselves. They're putting out comments that I'm trying to trap people in the AMC play again. Let me tell you guys something. First of all, I am not telling anybody to buy, hold, or sell AMC. I'm not telling you to buy, hold, or sell any stock. I'm just telling you what I see, my analysis of what I see. And you have to do your own DD and come to your own conclusion. These shows know what's going on. They know that they created trillions of counterfeit AMC shares. They know that they can't get out to play unless AMC goes bankrupt. Okay? There's no other explanation. Listen to me. Look at the thousands of other companies that's doing a lot worse than AMC. Where
Oh, yeah. Look at...
to buy those shares?
well, where are the newspaper articles telling you not to buy AMC shares? I mean, who cares about the newspaper articles? Why do you care about the newspaper fucking articles? Who listens to the newspaper articles? Who are those designed to influence? You? Me? Why pay attention to it? They can say whatever they want. They say anything. They'll say anything. They're in it to make money. Doesn't matter. They don't believe it. Why? What is the real issue here? This doesn't make sense.
Article telling you to sell those shares. Where are the videos telling you how bad these companies are to get out before it's too late?
Well, I mean, let's be fair, though, Donnie. I mean, come on. Where are the videos telling you to buy AMC stock? Oh, wait. Hold on. I think I know. I think I've seen a few of those before. All you have to do... Oh, oops. All you have to do is go to something like, you know, your handy-dandy AMC saved search here. AMC stock token. 37 minutes ago. 37 minutes ago. AMC stock closing preparation. I don't know what the hell that means. 39 minutes ago. Ape Father. Shark bite of Ape Father. Chocolate donut with vanilla frosting. Oh! Big bite. Hashtag AMC. Hashtag Ape Father. Okay. Things actually look up. We already looked at that one. Just bought me a ton of AMC popcorn, right? Okay, for New Year's party. Wait a minute. It's 14th. From the ZBD liquidation warehouse. I don't know what the fuck that is or anything. AMC naked short crackdown 3 hours ago. I'm seeing a lot of bullish videos here on AMC. So how in the fuck is this guy going to sit there and bitch about where's all the videos about all the other when if you search for AMC, what fucking comes up is all of your garbage. There's your garbage right there 6 hours ago. I haven't seen one video come up that says AMC is not going to short squeeze. You are dumb for buying it. I haven't seen that video yet. So what the fuck are you talking about? Absolute garbage. Fucking bullshit. Who's the shill? That's my question. Who is the motherfucking shill? Piece of shit.
Are none. You know why? Because the bad actors aren't that deeply shorted in those stocks. Anybody who thinks that the mainstream media or these hedge funds or these market makers are concerned about saving you money by telling you when to get out to play, you have not been paying attention. Okay? These bad actors put too much time and energy into this AMC play. Too much time and energy trying to get us to sell our shares for an intelligent thinking person to believe that they care about saving you money. Did they tell you when Toys R Us was going to drop? No. Did they tell you when Blockbuster was going? No. Did they tell you when any...
I don't know. Maybe.
...was going down? No, they did not tell you. Matter of...
I mean, what the fuck are you... Okay. Well, I'd like to acknowledge Lynn is in the chat, if you, or the voice chat, I'm sorry, if you'd like to jump in right now or something. Let's see if we can hear you. Because I did
you may or may not hear me.
Change things, and anyway, hello.
Keep Scotty company while he's driving home. Chat. I didn't realize that you were streaming.
Oh boy, I did not hear anything. Try it again.
said I thought this was a Keith Scott company while he's driving home voice chat. I didn't realize that you were streaming.
Oh no! Oh, is that what it says? Did I? Oh, I forgot to change the title. No, there's no title. Oh, I'll put it in the title of the live stream. No. You're live. You're live, and I forget what Fraser used to say. Anyway, yeah.
Live and
No. Yeah. No. You are live on stream actually. So I just saw you pop in there.
After I heard Donnie talking about nobody telling us to sell toys or whatever he was saying.
Right. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm sure somebody did, but actually, yeah. Right. Anyway, what? I'm just gonna keep playing it here, and jump in if you want.
In fact, they told you the opposite. Right before BBBY filed for bankruptcy, these criminals were saying it's about to bounce back. Jump in. It's a good play. This is what they do. They do not want to save you money. They do not care about your bottom line. Everything that they do is to steal money from us to benefit them. And right now, we have them over a barrel. They are stuck. And as I tell y'all every day, I don't even think it matters if retail investors sell their shares, because there are too many big dogs sitting on the sidelines who are going to buy up the shares anyway. That's really the bottom line. Okay? So all you shills, you can go and put that I'm trying to get people trapped off. I'm trying to get them to stay in the play. I don't want nobody to stay in the play. I don't want nobody to do anything that they don't want to do. And let me tell you something. AMC 3 years ago was like 95% of my portfolio. Now AMC's like, 5% of my portfolio? I have learned how to trade. And I'm not the only real...
Right. Oh, yeah? Have you?
That's a
in the past 30...
What, Lynn?
That's a drop right there.
Yeah, I have learned how to trade. Oh, I'm sure you have. That's not what you were saying the other day when he said, I have 200 AMC calls that are expiring worthless next week. 200 fucking calls. Like over 10,000, I think over $10,000 worth. Well, if he's actually telling the truth, who knows, but yeah. Wow. It's almost as bad as Boss Blunt's.
6 months. AMC is just a minor play that we're still in. Well, most of us are still in, because we're not just going to give away our shares to you guys for free. Okay? It's not going to happen.
You already did. You already gave away 90% of them for free with the reverse split. That's what you believe. That's what you say, which is, I mean, obviously that's wrong. It's not the way it works, but supposedly you already gave up 90% of them. So what's the remaining 10? Just let them go.
There's so many other plays that we're making money on every single week. I'm eating every single week off options, off covered calls, off cash secured puts, off credit spreads, call credit spread, put spread spread. I'm eating like a kid in a candy store. So I don't care what happens with AMC.
Yeah, right.
Okay?
Let's see the proof.
Squeeze, of course I wanted to squeeze. Of course I wanted to run. But if it does or doesn't, does it change my quality of...
If it does or doesn't. Wow. So now we are starting to get... I made this call last week. This Moass, AMC Moass play. I mean, it's been dead for a while now. But as far as the social media hype goes, I called it. It's done. And now what do we see? We see these guys with all these, begging, don't leave. I'm not trying to get people trapped or like data zero. Please don't leave. You convinced me to stay. You can't leave. You convinced me to stay. Remember? Remember, guys? And then I bought a new lamp and new computer screen with the money that I made, not trading, but because of my YouTube donations. Fucking clown. Data fucking zero. Zero fucking data. Fucking clown. Needs to go back to fucking junior college. And this fucking failed lawyer, lackey ass Florida man here. No offense to anybody in Florida. But this guy does not bring honor to your state. He seems like he belongs more in New York to me. Not you know, maybe somewhere not cool, like White Plains or something. Or Rochester. Anyway.
It does not. I have accepted the losses in AMC S3.
Oh.
Because had I not lost,
tuition.
I would not have learned how to trade. So you shills, you bad actors, you can keep it up. You can keep attacking me. You keep telling me that I'm...
Oh, we can? Okay, cool.
...in the play.
We'll do. We'll keep it. We'll keep doing that.
Anywhere. Everybody do your own DD and come to your own conclusions. But I...
Do your own DD, come to your own conclusions. Do your own retroactive DD. Well, it's too late.
That in the last 36 months...
Here you go.
...conclusions. But I believe...
I'm starting a new segment. It's going to be a produced, recorded segment called "What Things Donahue Believes," and I'm going to find instances of when he says things like this right here.
Do your own DD and come to your own conclusions.
Right here.
But I believe.
What do you believe? Because you believe some wacky shit. Let's see.
Everybody do your own DD and come to your own conclusions. But I believe that in the last 36 months, a majority of retail investors have learned how to trade, and the AMC play is just a minor part of their portfolio now.
Well, I don't believe that. I don't think there's any evidence to support his belief. Because, it's the same garbage over and over and over and over and over. Now, some people did. Yeah. But the majority, most? Nah, I don't think so. Personally, don't think so. But it's just an opinion. I have no, way of really knowing. Except anecdotally, which we know that's not a valid argument.
Anyway,
so we won't make that argument.
Have you guys learned how to trade? Or are you more educated traders than you were 36 months ago?
I think most everybody here can say yes to that, though, and that's good because we've learned. I don't want to say what not to do, but certainly it is true that we've learned what not to do. Bad ways of looking at things. Now, I always think it's better to learn by positive example, but when life gives you lemons, you make lemonade, and if you have, any type of business sense whatsoever, you can run the lemonade stand. If you don't, then you become a YouTube grifter, right? Model 3 dude. How's it going, sir? Minor part of the portfolio. Yes, not by choice. Minor in terms of value of percentage of the portfolio. Maybe not in terms of the number of shares or positions held, right? In that sense, it's probably still a large part. Okay. Popping back over here to see what's happening. I don't know what's happening around the world right now. To be honest, I'm a little bit out of touch. Did watch a pretty cool video about Tom Petty earlier, though, so. Interesting. Okay. I mean, all this trading lately, it seems like it's just following the dollar. It's, I mean, it just seems to be following the dollar. Okay. All right.
Guys, AMC would most likely still be seeing a rejection to the downside. I talked about this yesterday. I let everyone know in the video yesterday, so if you're watching today, you know exactly what's going on. I let everyone know yesterday that we're most likely going to see a rejection to the downside and still come down to about $4.60, in my personal opinion. And this is what we're seeing here on AMC right now. This is why you want to press subscribe, because I'm accurate every single day. If you want to know
what,
that guy's not even in the Discord. That guy's not even in the Discord.
I mean, that's what I heard. That is what I heard.
What you're saying? Is that what you're saying? Or are you saying what are you saying? Huh?
Yeah, let's hear that again. That's funny.
And this is what we're seeing here on AMC right now, to about $4.60, in my personal opinion. And this is what we're seeing here on AMC right now. This is why you want to press subscribe, because I'm accurate every single day. If you want to know what's happening in advance, you need to.
Sounds like one of those sales pitches for like a PBS subscription. You know, and this is why you want to donate to your local PBS station. Except
you will not get this information.
Fucking March of Dimes here.
And this is why I told everybody. I said AMC is still going down to $4.60. Bitcoin continually making new highs. Bitcoin continually making new highs. And again, we're extremely accurate on all assets. As I called the Bitcoin bull run in 2023, I told everyone that AMC would be going down to $4.60. I told everybody that GameStop was actually going to go down to $15 and bounce. GameStop actually went down to $14.49 and bounced.
This is from last Thursday.
GameStop's bottom was $11.88. It looks like the
11th.
$11.
Look at all this. Okay. Let's just pause and look at the chat, their chat here. Bitcoin on the way to 49. Shaking my head. Cash App won't let me buy more Bitcoin. I got at least 195 and now it's flipped to 205. I'll buy on crypto app then. Thank you for looking out, data. I have 300. What do I buy now? iBit or GME? Those are the choices. What can you buy? iBit, Bitcoin spot ETF, or GameStop. Those are your choices. That's all they got left. And it's synthetic of both of those. All crypto is taking off today. Antara is about to sell all its AMC. Take profits, people. Oh, I got the FOMO. But Data Zero taught me to be more patient and wait. Oh. Okay. Funny.
Extremely accurate predictions all day, every day, baby. Bitcoin making
all day, every day.
Absolutely mooning. My portfolio is up over 50% as of last night. It's absolutely insane what's going on.
Huh?
I'm literally up 50% in my portfolio.
What the hell? Oh my God! No way!
Yeah, we're gonna need receipts on that one, brother.
Absolute insanity. Bitcoin's about to go to 49. Bitcoin's about to go to 49K.
Oh, no. Oh.
The price is wrong, bitch.
Well, where's it at now? Oh, 41.7. Oh, no. Oh, my God. Oh, oh, look at that. Oh. Oh, no. Guess what?
Nothing is too wonderful to be true that it can't be reproduced in another experiment. And this is what distinguishes science from religion.
Yeah. Your little religion, Bitcoin, meme stock cult is dead. You're freaking dead. All right. Woo! Wow. That's a respectable little dip there. Damn. Well, of course, we don't have these available yet, but now, maybe a lot of this is fueled by the, whatever, the, what you call it, holiday, what's its face thing. So let's see. I don't think there's any other markets open, right? Just yet. But we'll see. But yeah. Just a couple days ago, Thursday, we were getting all excited. It was hitting 49.
This is crazy, yo. This is crazy.
Well, then Ken was like,
we fixed the glitch.
They fixed the glitch. And now it's not crazy anymore.
No, it's not. AMC's going to bottom. AMC's going to bottom at about $4.60.
$4.60? Well, maybe it bottom. Is this the bottom? Is this the bottom here at 447? I don't know. Did it experience a lot of what happened? What happened? You mean, let's compare it to the overall S&P 500, shall we? It looks like everything got a lift there at the end. When has Data Zero been right about memes? He's always wrong. We have proof of that. Still don't know if BTC ETF trade on market hours or crypto hours. I believe it's market hours. Being wrong about memes is a unique skill set. Yes. So support your local grifter. Let's see. iBit. Isn't it iBit? What happened? Why did it freeze? There's iBit. So I don't know if you can see this here on the right. Let me enlarge it. Oops, not that one. I'll show you what I'm seeing here. Move this over, enlarge it even more. And then here you go. So you see here where it says market closed. That's because this is trades on the equity market. So now, let me get this back to normal here. So what'll happen is, let me get this comparison line off and put on a comparison line with Bitcoin. Okay, so I'm going to compare the IBIT with Bitcoin itself. And maybe I could put this comparison line. How can I display this better? Well, okay, so it's candles, but I don't know. That's probably not very clear, but so between 7:30, actually, you know what? It makes more sense to do this the other way. Makes sense to do it the other way. To go to Bitcoin. Why didn't anybody say something? You're just going to let me do that? And then compare the IBIT to this. The IBIT, as if it's actually really a thing. Okay, so here you go. And why does it make it orange by default? That is so stupid, TradingView. Give me a color that stands out against red and fucking green. Not one that mixes into it. How about fucking blue? Clowns. God. Can you change a default color, or is this 1992? Okay. Here is the IBIT. And of course, you still can't see it. Christ among us on a cracker. Okay, here you go. So it didn't exist before this to the left, but Bitcoin continues trading, and the IBIT stopped here at 8 o'clock on Friday, my time. And then it will resume whenever that market opens, which will be, I guess, Tuesday, because we won't have anything tomorrow. So, and so this is the Bitcoin, main Bitcoin crypto chart. So we'll see these gaps, and then the IBIT, I guess, will catch up to it. It'll gap up or down to wherever it currently is when the market opens from wherever it was when it closed, if that makes sense. But check this out. I got to find this article again. I forget what I was on when I was looking at it. What was it? It was, maybe it just might have been just Bitcoin here. Let's see. It was earlier today. I don't know why they're not showing it now. Maybe because they realized how retarded it was. No, it's not that one. One sec. Okay, it was on Bitcoin.com. Well, it was hosted there anyway, at least. Here it is. Here it is. This is such a fantastic article. Check this out. BlackRock CEO Larry Fink on Bitcoin. I'm a big believer. It's bigger than any government. It's missing the apostrophe. Nice. Great job, Kevin. Kevin! Larry Fink, the CEO of BlackRock, the world's largest asset manager, says he has become a, quote, big believer in Bitcoin, emphasizing that it is, quote, bigger than any government, end quote. Calling the cryptocurrency, quote, digital gold. The executive stressed, quote, unlike gold, where we manufacture new gold, we're almost at the ceiling of the amount of Bitcoin that could be created. BlackRock's chief also sees value in having Ethereum exchange-traded funds. Now, this bit right here, unlike gold, where we manufacture new gold. What does that mean exactly? I mean, maybe I don't understand. And I know that there are technically ways to create gold in nuclear reactors, for example. But it's not practical, and we don't do it. So, and also, just some cursory research shows that, generally speaking, the opinion is maybe 2050, 2060, 2075, somewhere around there, it will become not worth it to mine gold. The amount of gold that we will get will not make up for the cost. In other words, it won't be profitable for gold mining to occur. So, I don't know. This guy, whatever, I could sit here and say he's a slime ball and whatever else. And it's like, well, let me tell you something that you don't know, or preach to the choir as far as these slime balls go. Anyway, it says here, if you're in a country where you're fearful of your future, fearful of your government, or you're frightened that your government is devaluing its currency by too much deficits, you can say this is a great potential long-term store of value. Like I said, it's like digital gold. Well, fearful of the future, check. Fearful of the government, check. Frightened that the government is devaluing the currency by too much deficits. How about by too much supply of money? How about that, Larry? They love to talk about the deficit. They love to. How much of that deficit is corporate welfare for the likes of you and your ilk? I don't know. And other traded entities that benefit from such things. I don't know. It's an international ledger that's cross-border. It's bigger than any government. He explained why he thinks the price will go up. Quote, I believe it goes up as the world is more frightened. If people have fearful geopolitical risks, they're fearful of their own risk. And unlike gold, where we manufacture new gold, we're almost at the ceiling of the most of the amount of Bitcoin that could be created. Fink admitted that 3 years ago he was a naysayer, noting, about 2 years ago I switched, and I'm actually, in the last few years, I'm a big believer, emphasizing that he believes Bitcoin is an asset class. Fink explained, quote, I'm a believer in it because I do believe it is an alternative source for wealth holding. That's interesting. Commenting on BlackRock offering a spot Bitcoin ETF, Fink detailed, quote, "To me, what we're trying to do is offer an instrument that can store wealth. Regarding whether the SEC will approve them, will approve spot Ethereum ETFs now that it is approved spot Bitcoin ETFs, the BlackRock executive stated, quote, I see value in having an Ethereum ETF. Quote, if you had a tokenized security and you have a tokenized identity, the moment you buy or sell an instrument, it's known. It's on a general ledger that is all created together. You want to talk about issues around money laundering and all that. This eliminates all corruption by having a tokenized system. Fink concluded. Well, I mean, here we go with all the same old arguments for crypto, Bitcoin, ledger, blockchain, DeFi. You know, there you can't do fraud. You can't do money laundering. Yada, yada, yada. It eliminates all corruption. No, it doesn't. Tell that to Heather Morgan, a.k.a. Razzle Khan, a.k.a. the Crocodile of Wall Street. Who got coronavirus? Who? All right. Is that a copyrighted song? I'm sure it is, but god damn, it might even be worth it just to play it in the background here. It's not like anybody. It's not like anybody's actually, paying anything here. And if you don't know this one, where in the fuck have you been? Right? So I'll play this and I'll look at the chat. Oops, pump stuff. Oops. Okay. Here you go.
Damn, you don't know who has just a weed cough or who got coronavirus these days. Who got coronavirus? Who got coronavirus? Who? Could be me, could be you, could be me, could be you. Who got coronavirus? Who? Do your part, social distance, do your part, social distance, do your part.
It would be hilarious if I got hit with a copyright infringement on this, because this girl, if you don't know who this is, do you remember
restaurants empty down in Greenwich? Vent hoarders worse than a snitch.
when there were billions in crypto that were embezzled and stolen recently? $4 billion in stolen Bitcoin. This was the 2016 Bitfinex hack.
Airbnb need to pick a new pitch. All sports canceled. No swish swish. American healthcare. They wanna flush us like goldfish.
Like goldfish.
Got coronavirus. Who got coronavirus?
Yeah.
Could be me, could be you, could be me, could be you. Who got coronavirus? Who?
When they figure out how to use Bitcoin in a computer chip, you don't like QE. What are we talking about? Quantitative easing? Yeah, no. Artificial increase of the supply. It's inflationary. won't help fix the Lynn is saying here, won't help fix the long-term problem. He said supply, long-term problem as in too much debt, debt and inflation. BlackRock will sell you tulips if they could. Oh, yeah. Tulip market was booming. Rip. Like this one, Eric?
No more school, just online classes. Stop showering, son, you gotta get rashes.
Woo!
Coronavirus,
Woo! Woo!
got coronavirus, could be me, could be you, could be me, could be you, got coronavirus, do your part, social distance, do your part, social distance, do your part, social distance, stay 6 feet apart, social distance, COVID-19, COVID-19, this is what I mean, American healthcare, better not have a health scare, it's like we all on welfare. A big bear, go on Tinder dates, only if you dare. Can't trust that cheap Alaska fare. Don't take Uber to get anywhere. This a whole new kind of STD.
Well,
Mask the new condoms we all gotta wear. Invisible killer floating in the air.
well, yeah, I mean, bird lady vibes.
Have any rubbing alcohol that you could spare. Bunker down at home like a villain lair. Now sweat hands, all that wear.
I wish I'd had this idea. So-
Who got coronavirus? Who got coronavirus? Could be me, could be you, could be me, could be you. God damn it! I won't do it. They can't make me. I won't wear no mask. How am I supposed to smoke? How am I gonna make out with a hot guy? How am I gonna make money? You can't give no blowjobs if you're wearing a mask.
Oh, shit.
Supposed to be here. We're
You can't give no blowjobs if you're wearing a mask.
and social distancing, and you're not even wearing a mask. Plus, Dad says he saw you down at the truck stop, lot lizarding, and you're gonna give us all kinds of diseases, COVID and more. It's disgusting. Oh my God, you guys, I'm so sorry.
Oh, this is a picture of this is a picture of privilege here, you know. Absolutely. Somebody wanted to see the mouth reader wanted to see the bathroom. That's funny. Because, you know, we do that. We pause it and we look around because you have to sometimes. But so let's, and then I'll show you who this really is here. So this was like, you know, my introduction to them, but check it out. There she is. That's her right there in the middle. See, that's her. This is her husband, Ilya Lichtenstein. So he was the hacker in the 2016 Bitfinex hack. And this is Heather Rhiannon Razulkhan Morgan, who has pleaded guilty also to charges relating to the hack. Not quite as much bounce and whatnot in her step.
Heather, any reaction today? How do you feel today coming out of the courtroom? How do you feel today? You guys stole that cryptocurrency. Do you think you were going to get away with it, or do you think you were ultimately going to get caught? Did you feel like you were living in fear, Heather, all that time?
So this just came out back in August, I guess. I think he, yeah, aspiring rapper. I don't think so. I don't think that was I don't think that's a fair characterization there, CNBC. But what can we expect from the MSM anyway? You know, really. They thought that she was aspiring. Okay, all right. So we've been seeing a lot of this lately, too. You work for Aron. You work for Aron when things are pointed out, you know. You work for Aron. Oh. His parents were killed in a car wreck a long time ago. Oh, well. Huh. Yeah. Yes, of course. Of course they were. Because, see, with these kind of people, they can insult you all they want. But if you insult them, what happens? Well, thanks a lot. My parents died in a car accident. Yeah, fucking right. And if they did, good, actually. I'm glad. Because you're a piece of shit. I don't fucking care. What a bunch of idiot fucking little boy children bastards. Motherfuckers. You work for Aron. I'm sure that you think that. Because that just makes it easier for you to write people off and not have any regard for what they're saying, which, by the way, is right and has been right for the last 3 fucking years. Go fuck yourself. Oh, you think this is angry? You ain't seen nothing. You ain't seen nothing yet. You ain't seen nothing yet. All right. But hey, things actually look pretty decent for AMC stock. Oh, just kidding.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Sudden Wealth. I do hope you're having a very good weekend, that you're getting ready for a bit of a shorter week next week, and that you have some nice plans, at least for tomorrow. It's Sunday.
I mean, what do you want me to say? What do you want me to say? It's okay that all these guys are just sitting out here lying every day to people and making money doing it. I should wear a suit and tie and come on screen and say, hello, my name's Scott Allen and I'm here to let you know about blah, blah, blah. No, fuck that. We're way past that. We are way past that. No, the gloves came off a long fucking time ago. Because it's ridiculous. Fucking ridiculous. So, you know, I some people like it, some people don't. I don't care, because we have very few voices out here saying this shit. A little bit of shock value is needed. Probably more, but, you know, I work a full-time job, not in finance. Not for Ken Griffin, not as a hedge fund manager, not doing anything having to do with any large sums of money at all. So, you know, just FYI, I don't work for Aron, and neither does a noisy Korax, but I mean, shit. it's funny that people think that we must if we're saying something other than what they believe anyway. But just trying to get people to think a little bit differently and maybe deprive these grifters of some of their income.
Tonight you can go out, maybe drink a little bit. I don't know. I mean, not endorsing it, but it's up to you. Have some fun. It's also important. If you do enjoy the content, please consider dropping that like and subscribe. It greatly helps the channel. So thank you very much for your support. Now, I've titled this video, well, at the moment of the recording, I'm not exactly sure I'm going to title it, but it's going to be something to the nature of AMC squeeze is imminent, there's undeniable proof, blah, blah, blah. Now, obviously, there's no undeniable proof, and obviously, the title is clickbait. The point of it is not to lure you into a big, trap. The point is asking you a question. How many times since 2021 have you seen videos titled like this? By how many channels?
All the time. Every day.
Thousands.
Every day. All the time.
What do these channels all have in common? Did they give you truthful information? No. Did they give you proper knowledge of the company? No. Did it give you good insights that helped you? No. Were they accurate in any way, shape, or form? No. But what do they all have in common? Millions of views, thousands of subscribers. You became these people's passive income. That's it. New York Angelo is still making.
And I say, yes. I also say that was the Moass for them. That was the infinity squeeze that they talked about. Remember the infinity squeeze? And it's funny that he mentions New York Angelo, and it's funny that I just now mentioned infinity squeeze because if I remember correctly, and we'll see if I do here. Where is it? Ah, there it is. From 1 day ago, New York Angelo, AMC stock, infinite squeeze. How's that for a synchronicity? A coincidence, a happenstance, a serendipity, whatever you want to call it. So the stars are aligned for us here. I don't care what anybody says. We've been on the right side of this fucking thing, and we continue to be. Just see more and more signs of that every day. Okay, anyway. Manuel loves this guy.
Same type of videos that he was doing in 2021. Squeeze is about to happen. Oh, look at this unbelievable information. The hedge funds are in panic, followed by AMC bankrupt, AMC is finished, AMC $20,000, AMC $1. Same thing. Same thousands of views, same thousands of subscribers, some millions of views per year, all the same. Now, what I said at the time, you may recall, there's been a while since I've made a video on AMC and meme stocks in general, but let's focus on AMC. What I said was, if you look at the fundamentals of the company, the reverse stock split will happen, more share dilution will come, and more share dilution will come, and more share dilution will come, and potentially another reverse stock split, and we're going to go like this until AMC goes bankrupt, or is acquired, pennies on the dollar, by, let's call it, a big company like Amazon or Apple. They may want to incorporate its brand into, to add to its streaming services, maybe use the AMC brand for other stuff, who knows? But that's, to me, that was the most likely event. Now, did I wish for it? Did I wish for people to lose money? You need to understand, at the time that I made these videos, AMC was well above $10. Now, $10 was pre-reverse stock split, so after reverse stock split, you're talking about above $100. AMC is now $4.58, which, if you take into account the reverse stock split, is in reality 45 cents, or 46 cents, if you will. So completely annihilated. Now, how did I know? Was I a magician? Was I a Nostradamus? Was I right because I am an unbelievable genius? No. I just looked at the fundamentals of the company. What happened was the company was burning cash hand over fist. The profit that they managed to make with record. So AMC was breaking all sorts of box office records, and they made a tiny profit. So that means that if something just goes slightly wrong, the company will need to issue more shares to survive. Why? Because the company has so much debt. The company has more debt than equity. That means that if AMC sells everything that they have, they are down more than $2 billion to pay the lenders. So the shareholders will not even touch anything if that happens. So the lenders, they are not idiots. They see the same thing that I do. They stop lending. So what is left is share dilution, which is what they've done over and over and over again. And they are doing it again. And they will probably be another reverse stock split just to keep themselves on the NASDAQ, blah, 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 all of this kind of stuff. And once again, here we are. What I told you was 100% correct. What all these channels told you was 100% wrong. But the point is they don't care because they make money out of you because you click on their videos, feeding your mind with nonsense and hope and ridiculous information and ridiculous stories, such as the hedge funds are meeting in secret because AMC short squeeze will destroy the world economy. So they're all meeting on the bunker. And somehow this guy, sitting down on his own basement, knows all of this secret information. But just him. Nobody else in the world knows it. Just him. What a privilege you had to listen to him.
Yep. Like CSI. Oh, man. Always a smoking gun, bombshells with CSI. Okay. That video is good. In the interest of time, we'll move along here to something a little different. Maybe.
Guys, good evening. I just want to touch on a couple of things with you guys.
All right, let's touch on a couple things. This is from 18 hours ago. All right, here we go.
First, let's talk about the elephant in the room. I made videos a year and a half ago where I said GameStop's $1 trillion industry because of the NFT marketplace and where it could be. And I had so much hopium for it. I was talking about it, and I was doing interviews. I did over 30 interviews with launch day creators, and I was huge on the platform and the transition and the growth of it. Yes, I was. And was I wrong? Well, officially, as of this week,
he was a big part of that whole initiative. Without Marantz, it wouldn't have been a success. What?
And that's because the world's changed, the policies have changed, and the adaptation is not ready just yet. As that's what Larry Chang said in his tweets. And
that's a bullshit excuse,
which I'm okay with. But the part that I'm going to stop everyone on, just real quick, is I'm not Bed Bath & Beyond. I'm not the guys that are going to sell you hopium. I'm not the guys that are going to be like, you know what? I know they say bankrupt.
But you were, though. But you just said that you were. You just said that you had a lot of hopium on this NFT marketplace, which, by the way, you supported it? You thought it was a good idea when it was announced? What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, this is an obvious, and I don't use that word a lot, but this was obviously a terrible idea done at completely the wrong time. So the fact that, somebody didn't recognize that and put all their support behind it, didn't question it because they didn't have these thoughts, which is bad, or didn't question it because, they had their thoughts. They knew that it could have been an issue, but they didn't bring it up because they didn't want to ruin their grift. That's also bad. So either way you slice it, you fucking suck. Right? No. Terrible. Absolutely fucking terrible. Terrible idea. Terrible implementation. Terrible timing. Just a fucking loser of an idea.
That's not true. There's hidden this. They said, hey, the NFT marketplace is gone, but it's still up somewhere or it's still connecting. Like, I'm not doing that. I'm okay with it being gone. I'm okay with the next chapter of the company and where it's headed. Because for me, I support Ryan Cohen, I support GameStop and what it could be beyond.
What is his truth? What is his truth? Like, there, I'm curious about this phrase, his truth. You can give an opinion. It could be educated or informed or not. That's fine. It's like saying you should be able to come on. I should be able to come on and give my truth about what causes cancer and what can get rid of cancer. And I should be able to make money doing it, even though I'm not an expert in this. I'm not a doctor, not a physician, I'm not a biologist, I'm not a researcher, not a scientist. And I don't have something that will cure cancer. Let's continue.
Just what it is right now. But what it is right now is a profitable company. And what it is right now is severely undervalued for what you see. So for all the naysayers...
A profitable company. GameStop is a profitable company, he says. Okay? All right?
There, okay? For all you meltdowners that want to tweet me my last video from a year and a half ago and be like, yo, Marines, you said it was going to get here, it's going to get there. Guess what, guys? I was wrong. And I'm not going to fill you up with a bunch of bullshit and tell you this is where it's headed next. No. The marketplace is gone, but GameStop is still here, stronger than ever. So the one...
Stronger than ever. Stronger than ever. Not just still here, but stronger than ever. See, why does he have to do this? This is what these narcissistic fucks always do. They cannot leave well enough alone. You know that phrase? They can't leave well enough alone. It's still here, and it's stronger than ever. Yeah, and that gives me a lot of fucking confidence.
It's two things, three things, right? I'll tell you the three things. The meltdowners always use it against you. They'll say, GameStop has a cash burn. They're just burning cash. They eventually will go bankrupt because they're burning cash. Well, we know the truth. They don't burn cash. They actually increase marketable securities and cash on hand over the last 8 quarters. They've increased. Over the last 4 quarters, they've increased. Trailing 12, there's an increase, right? Awesome. Then you go...
Hold on a second. I'm going to go back here. I can't read the chat and listen to him at the same time. We can separate that this is just monkeys on the internet. If stupid people fall for whatever bullshit, it's on them. It's unfortunate that it's financial, and hopefully people will learn. It's like Darwin economics. Well, GME is stronger than ever in this guy's view. It's his truth. That is nonsensical. Like, this is, I mean... It's not like we're talking about football, football teams here or something. And even in the case of that, I think that it's probably more objective, measures that you can apply. But in any case, I mean, we're talking about we're not trying to reinvent the wheel. And as far as Darwin economics, I agree. Yes, I completely agree. If people fall for this stupid bullshit, it's on them. And as I've said many times, for the last 2.5 years, I'm not trying to change anybody's mind. I don't want to influence anyone and tell them to do this or not to do this. Or even, hey, do your research for whatever. What I'm doing is calling attention to people who are lying. They're saying things that are not true. Okay? And trying to correct the record. What anybody wants to do with any of this information is on them. Really, it doesn't matter to me. I don't care. Everybody can go out and buy all the meme stocks they want and lose all their money. My purpose, I'm not trying to save people. I'm not trying to save people, and I'm not trying to save money. I'm not trying to save people their money. Okay? This is an important distinction. I'm not ministering to the apes. This is not an outreach to say, hey, all of you meme stock investors, listen to this other viewpoint. It could be that for people, and it has been, if they chose to make it that. But that's not the purpose. because at the end of the day, I don't care what anybody else does with their money. I don't give a fuck. And some people deserve to lose it all, and they will. They will. That's bigger than anything that we can ever influence or change. So, you know. But there's a lot of myths. There's a lot of narrative. I like cutting through that shit. I'm like Formula 409. I cut through the fucking grease and get to what's underneath it. What can actually be supported by evidence? What can be shown to be true empirically? Let's identify that. And if you want to have an opinion, let's base it on something that can at least go back to that fact, those facts. Or, if not, you know, if it's an irrational belief, but you truly believe it, that's fine. But can we be honest about that and say, you know what, there is no evidence to support this at all, but I believe it anyway. Okay, that's fine. But let's be honest about that. Let's be honest about that. Okay? Model 3 says, Scott, these guys are the flames for moths, and that's why they get burned. GameStop may go bankrupt because it's an obsolete business. RC wants to change things desperately, but he keeps failing. If you know what RC, or if you think you know what RC or the potential of GME, you are doing the same thing as a lot of these guys. This is early social media stuff or something. I've gotten that argument before. You're not doing anything different than these pumpers. But see, no, you're thinking of it in binary terms. You're thinking that I'm on the other side of what Moass is saying, which, if you look at it that way, I would be. He says GameStop's a good investment. I say it's shit. But the point is not for me to sit here and say that it's shit. That's incidental. The point is, can we evaluate what he's saying through a lens of truth? And where does that leave us? It leaves us with, that. Most of what these guys say is not true. So I highly dispute the notion that we're doing the same thing. Highly dispute that. But, if that's an opinion, but I don't think that can be supported by fact. Because if anyone could take anything away from this, it is, whatever the claims are that are being made need to be investigated more closely. That's really the message. And I'm attempting to do that on these streams, in these videos. I'm saying, hold on here. Let's pause the video. Let's look that up. Let's see. Because, did he actually take the time to do this? Or is he just talking out of his ass? Anyone that has charged any money for this type of advice should be charged legally. That's why there are so many rules in the financial world and how to handle money. Well, I don't disagree with that. I mean, they should. The problem is, well, I guess there's a lot of problems, but the enforcement, it's not there. There's no incentive. YouTube isn't held liable for this shit under Section 230, so they don't care, really. But they should make it, they should just prohibit this type of content. In my opinion, it should be prohibited. Crypto. Oh, don't make no mistake. Bitcoin is just as much a scam as any other crypto. Why would Bitcoin be any different? Why would it be any different? Okay, continuing here with Moass.
Well, we know the truth. They don't burn cash. Go bankrupt because they're burning cash. Well, we know the truth. They don't burn cash. They actually increase.
Everything is. I mean, is that surprising? Is that an odd position to have? I don't know. It is a scam. Anyway.
Marketable securities and cash on hand over the last 8 quarters, they've increased. Over the last 4 quarters, they've increased. Trailing 12, there's an increase, right? Awesome. Then you go, GameStop doesn't make a profit. Okay. They don't make a profit. Well, we all know that's not true. We all know that Wall Street already penciled in a profit for the annual. You know, they're going to be up $80 million, $100 million for the trailing 12, sure. But everything, they're profitable in every metric, right? Awesome, GameStop. So the 2 things the meltdowners use against you, you beat. Now the meltdowners would also tell you, oh, and GameStop's just doing failed NFTs, and they're this and they're that.
Right, so I just wanted to let him just go there for a second, but I mean, yeah. So we're getting some pushback here in the chat. They don't. It is in their own financials. You know. Absolute clown. Read the Hans Rosling book or whatever you Americans have that has written a book about the same subject. What are we talking about here? I don't know. We are doing a lot of things right. Who are we? I don't know what's being talked about here.
Okay, well, you can't say that anymore because they're not doing it. So now that that's off the table...
Let me go back here a little bit.
Well, they don't make a profit. Well, we all know that's not true. We all know that Wall Street already penciled in a profit for the annual. You know, they're going to be up $80 million, $100 million for the...
I mean, you know, I'm not really interested in going through their balance sheet again. We've done it many times. You know. Oh, shoot. I don't know. I'm looking at net income numbers that I always have to reorient myself because TradingView goes from left to right, but stockanalysis.com goes from right to left. So which side is newer? All right, here. What? The system is neutral. It's just a system, not an entity. Capitalism is working as expected. Which, yeah, I mean, you could... yeah. Manuel doesn't think the whole system is a scam. And I don't expect people to agree with, you know, my socio-political takes, you know, and believing that everything is a scam. But it's a bit beyond the scope of what I'm, you know, talking about here. But yeah. The logic is that GameStop is an obsolete business that miraculously raised $1 billion. Is what Manuel says. I also think it's a scam if I try to be really negative. The system isn't a scam, but some who participate in the system are scammers. What about a system that has legalized bribery? What about a system that has those types of things baked into it to such a degree that it's so commonplace that we don't even think about it? I don't know. Seems kind of scammy to me. I mean, that's not to say that you can't succeed, you can't be successful or make money or build something or grow something. That's not what's being said. But does the world operate, and in particular, does the world of finance operate the way that one would think that it would if one just read the textbook? And I think the answer is no, clearly. And we've been talking a lot recently about the difference between theory and practice, and how theory, quote unquote, dictates what should happen. But, as always, in every field in theory, every field that employs theories, most of the time you get these statements too, like minimizing the impact of other factors. So if we ignore all these other factors and assume that they aren't acting on this system, theoretically, here's what should happen, right? Like in physics class, ignoring wind resistance, for example. Well, okay, that's fine because it makes it easier to do that calculation. But in the real world, there is wind resistance. So that calculation is not going to be accurate in the real world. And I think that's more of the route that I'm thinking with this. It is not so much that it's a scam as in it's fraudulent. Now, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's fraudulent. That's Donahue George. He's the one that believes that shit. I'm talking about the difference between what actually occurs and what the assumptions and beliefs and narratives are that people believe. The divergence of those two things, that's the scam. See? Does that make sense? I'm not saying that the system is fraudulent. I'm saying that on top of a system that has its flaws, for sure, but on top of that system, you have this social aspect, this narrative aspect, and it is in that space that the scam flourishes. Right? I hope that that's clear. Because otherwise, what's the point? Why do anything? Well, you can cut through these narratives. And that's what we're trying to do, essentially. Because most of what these guys talk about is a narrative that's not based in reality. And so, for someone who's not aware of this or likes to listen to Jim Cramer, another perfect example. And I think the answer is questioning and being skeptical, and really challenging the most basic of assumptions. At least that's worked reasonably well for us. So anyway, but I'm not really going to go through this whole thing here. This balance sheet here, and I'll say, nobody knows. I'm seeing in the chat here, nobody knows how this is going to play out. Okay, sure. No one knows how this is going to play out. That's true. Nobody knows how anything's going to play out, and we don't claim to know either. That's why finance is all about probabilities. It's a probabilities game. It is a probabilities game. And is the probability high that GameStop is going to reclaim its throne as the king of the video game industry and the stock price is going to $1,000. Based on what we've seen, the probability for that seems pretty low for a variety of reasons that we've talked about many times. Let me see. Let me go back here. There's a saying that the master's tools cannot destroy the system or something like that. And I believe that. That's why revolutions are illegal, essentially. Lobbying is a part of American politics, not capitalism. It's a part of American capitalism, which is compromised for sure. But obviously it's always going to be. Influence is a better term than manipulate. It is fraudulent for sure in many ways. The crony part of the current capitalism or something. Okay, yeah, talking about capitalism is, again, I'm biting my tongue here because I don't want to take this somewhere else right now. But let me just say that I'm not denying that there are fraudulent areas. Okay, that's not what I'm saying. I'm talking about the overall system, especially the capital markets, equity markets, things like that. Do I think that, when they show us when we see these charts, that this is accurate to what's actually happening, or do I think that it's basically fraudulent? No, I don't think it's fraudulent. I do think it reflects the reality of the transactions that occur with the quote unquote share, which is really just a entry in a database at this point. I do think it reflects what's happening. Okay, I don't think it's fake, and I don't think all these numbers are made up. That's not what we're saying at all. What I'm saying is, if anything, it's the stuff here. It's the stuff here. It's this. Oops, hold on. It's this stuff. What the apes call FUD. The narrative. It's the narrative. It's all the stuff that's on top of it. It's all the reasoning behind, supposedly. All the predictions for. All that. That's where the scam, that's the fraudulent information. That's where the scam lies. And then there's a whole other scam, which is reacting against this stuff. Oh, this is all FUD. That's the scam. Or the people reacting against it, they're the scam. So anyway, let's see.
FUD is just a convenient way to say facts that they don't like.
Yes. Yeah, basically. It's that don't fit into their narrative. Yep.
So like most cults, they try and censor what sort of information is the input from the people there. It's all part of the bite model. I know we've both talked about Mr. Hassan on occasion, but his whole bite model of controlling information that comes into the cult. That's what calling it FUD is. It's about controlling the message.
Okay, probability low but higher than most other. For what? For GameStop going parabolic? I mean, I don't necessarily think it's higher than any. I mean, if I had bought shares in Party City, I'd probably say that about Party City, right? Or if I had said that about XYZ. That's the other thing that you're not going to get on a lot of other channels talking about this stuff. Why would I care what someone who has overinvested himself has overinvested in something. Why would I care what he has to say about it? That guy has just as much reason to be bullish as everyone else. I want to know what somebody who doesn't have an interest in it says, because
fact,
guess what? They're going to be more objective.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Now, sorry. Go ahead. What'd you say now? This is a noisy Corex.
Is with how over leveraged a lot of these bulls are into that position at much higher prices, they have a inborn bias to be overly optimistic, because otherwise they're bag holders.
Yeah. Right. Basically, yeah. We know games are going digital, and Funko Pops and Pokemon cards are a fad. Yeah. Okay, then.
Pokemon cards necessarily a fad. You just have a new cycle of kids that are going to be buying them. But that's also why you don't leverage your business on one trading card game.
Right. And
I talked about on here the business model that I think that GameStop could be profitable, but Ryan Cohen won't do it because it'd mean it'd be a much smaller business with lower revenue and small margins, and he doesn't want that. He wants something that he can put a big ribbon on and sell on to some other sucker.
Right. Which incidentally is the private equity model. if you want to think about it,
that's talking about that now, do you?
No. Okay, but Uncle Eric says here, games going digital is rather bull if you use some gymnastics. Mental gymnastics.
I don't think it's bullshit. I really don't.
I'm not quite sure what he's trying to say there, but yeah, I'm not sure what the point.
That games going digital is bullshit if you use some
as a non-catalyst, you mean, or it should be a catalyst. It's not bearish. Shouldn't be seen as bearish.
I think I would.
I don't know. Yeah.
On that, but no. Oh, bull isn't positive. How's it bullish? I'm confused.
Okay.
Because the entire model for GameStop is to sell games in store, and their digital marketplace is going to have a really tough time unless it finds some niche market to compete with Steam. I mean, even Epic Games, with how they leveraged the, buying for people's business, it struggled to beat Steam.
Right.
Just the gaming industry zoom out. Well, seeing as I've been kind of in the toy industry, which is what games are, as since the second job I took, I think I got a pretty good zoom out on that as a gamer too.
Okay, he says, have you put any thought into how price should move based on simple market mechanics of supply and demand? And this is exactly what I'm saying here. You want to think about what you think should have happened. Let me just say, we all bought the stock on this day, so it should have done this. And the reality is, in the real world, there are thousands upon thousands of other inputs and outputs in that system besides you. So you can't sit there and say, well, we all said we were going to buy it and it went down. So clearly the market is fraudulent because we all bought it, at least we all say we did on Reddit, and the price went down. Well, there's hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of market participants who are all trying to are all participating in this system on all of these names and ETFs and everything else. So, I mean, to think that you can really move the market with the amount of money that retail investors have to push around in 2024, I mean, have I put any thought into it? Yeah. And the answer is you're not going to move the market that much anyway. So, I mean, that's not your.
Then I think it gets back.
You're trying to apply theory, but the theory, there's no way to prove that otherwise, too. You can't strip everything else out and say, oh, it should do this. The reality is the price moves based on the orders that come in to the order book on either side. When orders are matched, you have a price execution and you move down through to the next price and yada, yada, yada. with the number of shares. So, I mean, if you want to get pissed at somebody for the way the price is moving, then you need to know who decided at that moment to sell those shares for that price. Well, you're never going to know that. So why even go down that road? The market's going to do what the market's going to do. Okay. Go ahead. Sorry.
I think it gets down to an even more fundamental problem, and it's something that I discussed in the live stream that I had Friday night, is people use ape and retail interchangeably. They're not synonymous. Apes are retail, but not all retail are apes. So when you say that you're all buying, that doesn't mean that some other retail seller is selling over the top of you. That overhead supply that you always talk about with AMC.
Yes. And it applies here too. Yeah. For GameStop, absolutely. In fact, I have an overhead supply box on here. It's just not labeled that, but there is one here. And we saw the same shit. Yeah. Let's see. It really is very complicated, but the mechanics are simple. Yeah, didn't we say that last time? It's simple, but it's not easy. I think that was what was said. It is simple. It's the basic idea is simple, but it's the implementation of it is very convoluted, and it's developed over the course of a couple hundred years. So of course it's going to be, why do we have 13 exchanges, for example? And now they're all owned by basically 2 companies or 3 companies.
Or this
but there are
system where we have like a beneficial ownership.
Beneficial ownership, absolutely. Well, you need to know, a little bit about the history of how the market's developed and this and that, and particularly what the things that happened in the 1960s with the paperwork crisis. Okay, like when pension funds and things became a thing, and there were all these contributions and all this extra elevated level of trading, and they were still using paper to do all accounting. So there are reasons for the way things are the way they are. I'm not defending it, and I'm not saying it's the best it could possibly be, but people like Donahue George who go around saying, just making these blanket statements about everything being false and fraudulent. That's not the case. Now, at the end of the day, do I think it's an honorable business? Absolutely not. I don't think it's honorable at all. I think it's one of the slimiest fucking things. But that gives me the motivation to try to understand it more and make money off of it. Because, I think you're a piece of shit, but I'm going to use you. I'm going to graft onto what you're doing and try to get something for myself, because that's the system we have, So it makes sense to try to understand it to some degree rather than fighting against it, which is what the apes have always wanted to do, and which we said in the last live stream with the CNBC clip is bullshit. The narrative of us versus them, Wall Street versus retail or hedge funds versus the apes is a false narrative.
Well, if you want to create a collective, a cult, then us versus them narratives are it
has to be.
That's why they use them.
Yeah, it's essential for that. Absolutely. It is. Yeah, it is essential for that. That dichotomy, that, opposition. Lynn says if we all bought on the same day, but the price hasn't moved, therefore corruption or manipulation, or it will definitely move soon. If retail piles on any stock, of course they would move it, but it would technically be illegal, immoral, whatever. Not necessarily. I mean, the SEC has said that the type of collusion, if you want to call it that happens on things like Reddit and stuff, they're not concerned about. They said they have no problem with that, because they understand that people do talk about things. And not once has anybody in the government that I've seen or anybody in a position of authority actually said, oh, we're going to go after those Reddit traders. I don't remember that ever happening. In fact, Gary Gensler has said, like, that's not on our radar as manipulation. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, if anybody remembers it, but
the SEC has come out right and said that, manipulative attempts to try and force a short squeeze is market manipulation. I hate how the SEC keeps talking out both of their mouth on that.
Right. Yeah, they do. And that you will see that. And I can't remember if that's actually in the CFR Code of Federal Regulations in that section or not. but I've seen it on the SEC website where it says that, trading with the express purpose of creating a short squeeze could be considered market manipulation. But there's a difference between.
The issue is they don't have the resources to go after these redditors.
Well,
that's the quiet part they don't want to say out loud.
Right, and the other part is also there's a difference between somebody like, even like the people that we talk about on here, like Donahue George and Thomas James and whoever else, these clowns, what they're doing versus what people like the ones who've been charged, like the Zach Morris guy or the other people that ran those boiler rooms.
There's no
that's
like a pump.
That's different. So that's not what we're talking about here, and that's not why people. I don't think that's why people like Trey are went into hiding, because what they did, what those boiler room operators did is, I mean, there's no question that's illegal. They were operating pump and dumps, like they held the stock, they pumped it up, and then they sold after they had pumped it. That's not what we believe is. I mean, I don't know, maybe it is, but that's not the allegations that we're talking about here. What we're talking about is collective trading that is coordinated specifically on a certain day or time to try to induce a short squeeze in a stock. But I think there's many reasons why that won't work and why that hasn't worked. And the biggest one is the data is delayed. You don't have anything close to accurate short data. And see, that's one reason why I don't really think that it would be benefit retail investors to have that updated data, because you'd have people trying to do this all the time. And the reality is, I mean, you can, like we've said before, you can catch anybody with their pants down once, maybe twice, but after that, you can bet your bottom dollar that the market participants have figured out, right? They've figured out that, okay, if short interest gets 30, 40, 50%, these assholes over here on Reddit are going to try to do this. So let's make sure that we're, ready to go in case anything happens here, or let's take it's managed. It's managed probably automatically by algorithms, and they just have to adjust that. You're not going to, it's not going to, and I don't think it's I don't think it would signal a healthy environment. Yeah.
Right. And
Go
I
ahead.
think it's real hurtful for when you have activist short sellers who are going after legitimate shitty companies doing shitty things, and these people come in and try and wreck people who are good market actors. They're pointing out the fraud in the market, and they're treating them like any other short seller, as opposed to someone who's going and pointing out. Now, yeah, they're making money off of it. Don't get me wrong. There's a profit motive. But, a group like Hindenburg is not a bad actor in the sense that, these people on Reddit make them out to be.
Oh, absolutely not. Right.
Fraud in the market.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. Of course. And I mean, in that sense, yeah, you have to have that. And whether it's somebody that's shorting the stock or not, I mean, really doesn't matter to me. I mean, if you feel that, if that's your thesis, then, whatever. Like, what's the data show?
Yeah, and
yeah.
I could care if they are I could care less if they're making money off it or not, because at the end of the day, no one does anything for free. We're in a capitalist system.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Lynn's going through the history of the stock exchange there with the Dutch there. So, yeah, I mean, it was basically the Dutch East India Company. That was it. But, yeah, I don't know exactly like what Eric's, argument here is, but just trying to observe and learn. It's not that simple, but sure. It isn't simple. Nobody said it was. And if it was that easy, everybody would be rich. I mean, the way it was said in The Wire was if it was this easy, every pauper would be a king. And, and that's to say, like, that's not to say don't try or that there's no hope. But, I mean, it isn't easy. Not and even if it isn't easy to attain wealth, but it also isn't easy to retain wealth. So a lot of people get money and then they lose it. I mean, how many times does that happen? Somebody wins the lottery and they blow it all.
Yeah.
All the time. More often than not.
A lot. It's that second generation of wealth. Like the people who accrue wealth are really good at keeping
Yes.
It's their shithead kids that are usually the sucky ones at it.
Right. Well, and I've heard it. Yeah, right. That you might have one generation that builds it, that lays the foundation. The next generation actually builds the business. The third generation, may sustain it. Fourth generation destroys it or something like that. Yeah. Depends on how far back you want to go, I suppose. But
that sort of income mobility kind of thing.
Yeah, right. And, yeah. And then by the time it gets to our generation, we're just fucked.
I think it would really help a lot of people. You don't need to be as much of a nerd as I am, but just to have some level of economic understanding. Go read some Milton Friedman, go read some, like John Maynard Keynes. I know not a lot of people like that, but like get a different perspective, all the perspectives on how, at least at a base level, how economics work. It would really help, I believe, with your trading.
Yes. And read those and read Karl Marx too. I'll throw that in there. I'll be the asshole. I will be the asshole who will say, read
is a hardline Mies, like Austrian school capitalist, and he still read Marx because he's like, you got to know what the other side's arguments are, or you're never going to be able to, argue against them.
Right. So anyway, let's see here. I like how you reason, so it's nice to pick your brain. Well, I mean, I don't think that I'm doing anything. I never really thought that, anything that special here. I mean, and the fact that, and just nothing against Eric
on that.
Yeah, that credit should go to you. I mean, to Eric, not
a lot of people.
Yeah, right. I'm also bullish GME, Ryan Cohen, but not necessarily the price of the stock. Okay. 10% of generational wealth is retained by the first generation. Fire hose might be overwhelming, but it's fun trying to catch up. I read it all. That's good. I mean, yeah, good. So let's see here. Crap. All right. Oh, the dollar reversed. Dollar's heading back down. So weird. I mean, these short sessions here. So it's like, I don't even know why they
talk about that one time when we were looking at it. The first thing to go in a depression is the dollar decreases as market liquidity increases because businesses are being liquidated.
Yeah.
There's not as much transactions, not as much demand for the dollar. First the dollar goes, then the yield on treasuries goes, and then the stock market goes.
Yeah, we're still seeing the correlation, the inverse correlation there. I think it's just low. Well, I don't know what else is open yet. I mean, there are undoubtedly some other markets that have opened now at this point. It's a short session, right? Right. It's not open. I don't know why they even bother with it on these types of holidays, but it's because,
gambling addicts.
Well, yeah, and I mean, in everything that's in dollar denomination, I suppose.
Yeah, you have to keep the dollar market open 24/7.
That has to,
like how cryptos.
Yeah. So we got, I don't know, you got a little bit happening over in Asia. Maybe, but not too much. Australia's open and they're flat pretty much. So all right. Let me see here. let's finish Morantz here.
12, sure, but everything, they're profitable in every metric, right? Awesome, GameStop. So the two things...
They're profitable. They're profitable on all fronts.
Two things that the meltdown people really like talking about, I'm going to bullshit about, so that way I don't have to actually have real arguments.
You guys talking like history will repeat and inflation is bad, et cetera, et cetera.
Inflation is bad.
I mean, it's inevitable. Everything. Inflation is. I mean, it's things go up. I mean that's
worse.
But it can be better or worse, right? It can be so. Like we can look at it. Let's see.
It's not a yes or no. It's a scale, like you said.
Right. It's a question of like not how fast are you going, but were you accelerating or were you slowing down? It's that kind of thing. It's more like that. So if that makes sense, because it's always going to be going. You're always going to be moving forward. Inflation will always grow. So in other words, like you look at this chart, and this is the CPI, and I'm just going to go back to like this is my lifetime here. Like it always, except for recessions, it's pretty much generally moving up.
I'm not talking definitively. Like I just am saying it's a scale. Like what part of this is not registering?
Right. And we always talk about probabilities. So, and that's maybe it's a mindset thing. Like, I mean, I don't know. I don't want to speak for anybody, but if I do say something is going to happen or is likely to happen, what we mean is we're talking about, we're saying that there's a stronger likelihood. So I don't need somebody to say that. That's how I interpret it. Like, oh, okay, he's saying that that's more likely to happen. Right? Nothing is absolute unless it's specifically said to be absolute. Like this, no, this is absolutely true or not true or whatever. This is what this means. So anyway, I don't know. Talking in definitives, that's the same problem you have with AMC influencers talking to definites instead of always cautioning with I don't actually know. I'm not exactly sure what we're talking about here. I don't know. I'm not talking to the other guy in Discord specifically. I'm not exactly sure what.
I think I follow. I think.
Can you explain it to me?
No.
Okay. All right. That's fair. But, if you look at this chart, you can see that there is a clear slope to it, an upward slope. But the upward slope,
you need more money.
Exactly. But, this here, the slope increases after 2020. Huh. I wonder why.
Yeah, because the government injected a whole bunch of bullshit money into the system.
Right. So this is,
mind you, for like the first time in like ever.
Right.
The last big recession.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. This is the inflation, this is what we're referring to here. Like this, and even really, I mean, to be fair, everything after 2008, I mean, this is the zero rate period. This is when, after the GFC, this period here is when the rates were artificially low and all that kind of stuff, right? In reaction to that. And then they started to do it. They started raising rates when like 2018 or 19 or something. And then they quickly abandoned that and whatever. And then you had the pandemic. So you see it dip a little bit, but then it resumes and then it just picks back up. And, we've shown this chart here with the M1 or whichever one you want to look at, overlaid against it, where we can see the correlation between, oh, wow, that's interesting. So we added all of this money to the system, and then prices went up too. You know, imagine that. So this is, you know, this acceleration of inflation is what we want to flatten this curve, right? Haven't heard that term in a while. Flatten the curve. We want to flatten that curve so that it's, you know, inflation is still going to keep going up, but this is all more than 2% per year in here, which is not sustainable for a number of reasons. You know, just not going to work. So that's what we're talking about. Stronger likelihood of non-progress, or what are we talking about? Sorry to confusion. Okay. Yes, of course it was try number 2 for QE. Seemed to work better than expected in my world so far. Sure. I mean, yeah, we're still here, right? We've made it through. But everything in finance and economics is always lagged. So, like, we didn't see, like, think about how, like, in 2021, it was like, you know, we went from, you know, everything being closed to everything reopening, and then there being a labor shortage. And then in 2023, we had the, you know, the emergence of this bad inflation. And so, you know, and then we were like, what happened? We don't know. And then, well, it's because you know, clearly the Fed was too late in doing this, and they went too far, and then they were too late in doing, you know, so it's always a game of catch up. It's never in real time here. I'm going to mute Mr. Korax there for a second. Got some loud typing going on. I think about the economy basically as productivity, however you want to measure it, but I think about tech, basic needs plus American economy. Interesting shifts in productivity we'll talk about in a second here. The way inflation is measured is deceitful. It's using a basket of goods and metrics that change. I would not be surprised if the basket substitutes eggs and milk for dry insects and bug juice. Well, there's also that, you know, that people, there's a sense that inflation is worse than that's actually worse than the numbers show. And even in the most, like, last year, we see, you know, that those metrics change. So absolutely, it's being probably used. If we crash hard, I will take everything back and apologize for being too optimistic. Well, I mean, I don't know if we're saying it's going to crash hard, or that it's bad to be optimistic, but, you know, it's good to be realistic, and that's what we're trying to do. The economy only has to work for another 200 years, print to infinity, maybe with Tech 100. Yeah. So what was that? Productivity. Right. Okay. Now, this is
busy with
that's okay.
Trolls.
That's all right. No worries. Let's see here. Non-farm business sector, labor productivity, output per hour for all workers. I don't know if this is the one we want to look at or not, but this is a little bit. And no, that's not what I want to see. That's not quite it either. Business sector, manufacturing sector. Let's see. Oh, let's narrow it down to only 10, just under 100,000 results. Okay, cool. I guess maybe it was the first one. I guess it was. Okay. Pretty much the same. Okay. All right. So, yeah, it's interesting to look at the labor productivity charts, and I've actually looked at this before. And this is showing us a percent change from quarter 1 year ago, which is not really the one that I want to look at. Because right now, you know, for example, we'd be looking at the percent change from a year ago this month. So, or I'm sorry, this quarter from a year ago. That's not really what I really prefer to use. But anyway, productivity and labor costs, that correlation is also, you know what, actually this should be on here. It should be available on TradingView in the economic data manufacturing set. Yeah. This is, sometimes you got to labor participation rate. Okay. So a lot of these measurements are in TradingView in the economy section, which is kind of cool because then you can compare things. Doesn't necessarily have everything, but that's the one I was on. I don't know. These are yearly. This is by year. That's not what I want at all. Anyway, look at this one. Electricity per kilowatt hour in the United States city average. So yearly figure. Insane. 17 cents per kilowatt hour. I feel like it's higher than that. Anyway, you can get a lot of this data on TradingView here. I'll catch up with the chat. I don't mean labor productivity, even though it should also be a good measure for output. Well, it's not, though. That's the problem. What do we got here from Manny?
For example, during the pandemic.
Oh, yeah. Michael Saylor and Lex Friedman. Oh, two.
The king of Bitcoin bro himself.
Yes, right.
The response of the political apparatus was to lower interest rates to zero and to start buying assets, in essence, printing money. And the defense was there's no inflation.
Yeah.
But of course, you had one part of the economy where it was locked down, so it was illegal to buy anything. Like you couldn't, you know, it was either illegal.
What?
Or it was impractical.
What?
So.
Yeah.
Illegal
no.
are two different things, my dude.
Right.
Which. That was a swift backpedal there, sir.
Yeah, it was so illegal to buy things that that Amazon's
selling them.
Right.
And I'll counter and say that, you know, QE and all that was inflationary to like equity prices, but like what real effect on the money supply did QE have? I mean, you're trading these like tokens that can only be traded between between banks and between the the Fed, those that participate in the Fed system, but they can't use those tokens in the real world. It doesn't have like real inflationary effects. It's just liabilities and assets on a balance sheet. The real inflation came when the government started printing stimmy checks. That's why we have inflation.
Yeah. Indeed. And I heard some, well, anyway, we'll just continue with this because this is a little entertaining here.
It'd be impossible for demand to manifest, so of course there is no inflation. On the other hand, there was instantaneous, immediate inflation in another part of the economy. For example,
I'm sorry, I have a problem
you
with
lowered
that.
the interest
Like,
rates.
Look, you can't say that because there's this like whole misnomer that like a raise in the CPI, that's inflation, but you can have a rise in prices without a rise in the money supply. This dude is talking out his ass about economics.
Yeah.
No fucking clue.
Yeah, for sure. Because we've seen, again, on this CPI, we've seen, over time, prices go up. But where the hell is it? Here it is. Yeah. Over time, that's not right.
Inflation
that's not the right one.
An input into the reason why prices go up, but on a real basis, inflation adjusted for the money supply, prices can rise for different reasons. It's just
yes, right. And there's there's
here. I need to go get some Tylenol.
Oh yeah. Well, Michael Saylor is not the best remedy for a headache, I'll tell you. But
he's
no.
He's the reason for it right now.
Right. So the and there's any different number of ways that you can demonstrate that concept of monetary inflation. I think also we're at least here in the United States, we don't see this talked about that much. It was a little bit, but it happened. It's talked about more in Europe, and such. But
because they see the effects more readily because they're the central supply for. They're not the world's. The U.S. dollar is the king currency, so they feel it a lot worse than we do.
Well, even just
when the dollar decides to rip.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Or even just like the relationship between something like corporate profits and inflation, for example. And, a lot of people talk about the wage price inflation mechanism, but there's a profit inflation cycle correlation too. That's probably more meaningful and impactful than the wage one, because even at a time when we had all this unemployment, we had lockdowns and all this shit, yes, we had prices going up because of increased money supply, but I would argue also that you saw prices being hiked in many cases are somewhat artificially, or at least a component of it was artificial, which puts inflationary pressure in the system. And it's impossible to know this, but prices went up. A lot of prices went up, and they kept going up, and then, whoa, these extra raises that we gave people, that remember the first not first responder, frontline workers, the essential workers, grocery store workers and stuff, they quietly took those back. They quietly took those raises away. They took that extra money away, that extra pay away. And so what happens then? You've already raised prices. You're not lowering prices. Prices aren't going to go down, So there's another inflationary pressure. At the end of the day, there's a lot of inputs and outputs. That's all I'm saying. That it's hard to ascribe things. And yes, there were supply chain issues, demand issues, supply issues. But at the end of the day, it's hard to deny the impact of monetary inflation And everybody's like, "Oh, we beat inflation. We beat inflation." It's still it's still twice as much as the Fed target, and it seems to be stuck there. Now, I'm not sitting here saying, "Well, why is that?" Well, I never. What the hell could be the problem? Well, when you look at the money supply charts and you see where it's elevated, still elevated, you know, and you understand monetary inflation, what is there to say? I mean, yeah, of course. So a lot of that money's stuck on Wall Street. It's stuck on Wall Street. It's stuck in these institutions. And who knows? Let me catch up here on the chat. Austrian economics is like antidote, but we probably also need QE. And no, we do not need QE. Real inflation is...
QE does nothing. Go ask the Japanese.
Right. Real inflation is worse than it looks. Well, why? Yeah, why would we like Michael Saylor? He's a clown. But that's just not to say that they, you know, yeah, I'm sure he did a good job talking about inflation.
You could go ask some people in the AMC community. They don't think I'm so fantastic.
Yeah, no.
I've been threatened with lawsuits already twice this week.
I don't know when he's talking about.
I'm gonna file them. I'm not worried. I just
right. Of course, we remember when you could buy a few items from brick and mortar stores, but I don't know when he's talking about. I thought he was talking about like before the pandemic, but I mean, we are not in quantitative easing. Like, the official policy is QT right now. And, you know, I guess it's an open question as far as what happens when these supposed rate cuts come. But do we just go back to the same bullshit? Cut rates, pump, you know, print money. There are people who believe that that's what will happen, and there are people who believe that we can't do that again. I don't know. I'll be the first to say, I don't know. Government made worse the supply shortages by enforcing ridiculous mandates. And they were so far behind on everything, not unlike GameStop and the NFT marketplace. Let's bring him back home to that.
you beat. Now the meltdowners would also tell you, oh, and GameStop's just doing failed NFTs and they're this and they're that. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you can't say that anymore because they're not doing it. So now that that's off the table.
Oh, because they're not doing it because they failed at it? Because they failed at it?
No. Is that right? That's about one of the weakest arguments I've ever heard. Like, well, you can't say that anymore because it's already had its impact. It already happened. Like, what? What a clown.
That's balance sheet, that's income statement, and that's cash flow. And guess what? GameStop's amazing. So get at me with it all, guys. Have a good night. Let's go drink.
So I mean, it's like, okay, how do you counter that? It's amazing. I mean, that means nothing. So he thinks it's amazing. But I mean,
you can think whatever.
I saw a lot of negative signs on that amazing balance sheet. There was a lot of minus signs. I don't know why. I mean, it's usually not what's seen on those.
Infinite ability to use a lot of words to say nothing.
Oh God, yeah. It's so tiring. I mean, he's just
like, if you want to be long GME, cool, knock yourself out. If you want to be bull GME,
whatever.
But this dude is just fucking bullshit.
Right. Well, how about this one? Bill Pulte unconsciously corrupt. Sounds like Marantz is cruising to a defamation lawsuit
Unconsciously
filed against him.
Like well, see, I hate when that word gets tossed around as freely as it is.
I know
to say, but I'm going to guess that
what, corrupt or defamation, or both.
No, like especially for Bill Paul,
I said
he's a public figure.
I said defamation. I wasn't necessarily being serious, but you know, okay. I would just like to see this asshole get a C and D and have to shut the fuck up. Yeah. That's all I care about. I just want him to shut the fuck up because he's annoying.
Funny.
Right.
Well, I get where you're coming from on that, but you speak from experience. But let me ask you a different question, Bill, because I don't.
Ask me some critical ones because I know you're somewhat critical.
No, well, not somewhat critical. It's I use the word skeptical, right? So, and
you should be skeptical.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing, and I'm a man just like you. I mean, I give you my phone number off the jump. I'm not afraid to talk to an individual anywhere who thinks like me or against me.
Yeah. How do we even know that this is Bill Pulte, for that matter?
Well,
I mean, we're supposed.
It sounds like him, but no, it's not. I wasn't saying citation needed on Bill Pulte. I know citation needed on Marantz being a man.
Oh yeah, right.
You bad.
The conversations we have, and this is it's not debate worthy. In debates, the one who loses is the one who learns something. That's the way I see it. So if I could learn anything from your standpoint, here it is. Are you like us, right? I mean, obviously the financials is a different thing, but here's this point. Have you told anybody about GameStop and them reject your ideas or thoughts of how you feel about the company?
Yeah, of course. And whether that's just my friends day to day or whether it's people in business, I've told both.
Right.
I will tell you, if you hear me sighing, it does really inform you who you're talking to based on how they respond.
Yeah.
And I think that it's I don't know, it's almost I don't even think that a lot of these people are corrupt. I mean, I think a lot of people are corrupt, as you know, and I feel that way. But I feel some of these people aren't even consciously corrupt. I feel like they're unconsciously corrupt. And, that's what's been so revealing about this has been, you can almost see, a visceral reaction right away when you kind of bring this whole thing up to people.
Right.
How can you be unconsciously corrupt? Corrupt is that has a mens rea based around taking favors or doing something with a malicious intent.
Right.
It's maliciously retarded. Malicious.
Yeah.
Negligently retarded.
Yeah. Right. If you weren't aware of it, it wouldn't be corruption, right? It would be something else. It would be misrepresentation or negligence, right? But that's not what he's saying. Let's see.
Okay.
All right, how about this? Okay, so here's Wikipedia. Now, it's not what I searched for, but it's what it gave me. Unconscious fraud. Unconscious fraud is committed by somebody who does not consciously realize they are deceiving others. Now this is interesting because I believe that a lot of these YouTubers are guilty of this unconscious fraud.
Unconscious fraud, yeah.
That they don't like somebody like CSI, somebody like Stocks and Crypto Creep, who I want to talk about actually at some point. They don't know enough. They are on the peak of Mount Stupid. And they should be
stupid.
Yeah, they are the new princes. I mean, it's that new fucking money. They always ruin everything. They don't know enough to know that they don't know what they don't know, which is the worst place you can be. And so but this is, I don't know if this is what he's talking about or not, but this seems to be different though. If you're part of a fucking corrupt entity, which I don't even know who they're talking. They talk in such general
visceral reaction, right?
Nonsensical ways that like you said, using so many words to say nothing. it really is masterful. You know how they do this. I don't know who I have no idea what the fuck they are talking about based on this less than 2 minute clip. And maybe that was the point. Maybe that was his point here, just to bring in the unconsciously corrupt thing that Bill Pulte himself said, and try to, like, you know, reflexively have it reflect back on him, and, you know, saying that, oh, he's unconsciously corrupt. He doesn't even realize it. He used this term again, you know, for others, but he clearly is. I don't know.
Well,
it's odd.
Consciously corrupt.
Well,
clearly,
sure.
Build a cult to try and take over what used to be his family's company.
Right, right.
CEO.
But what is Moass trying to do with that video, though? Is he just trying to, like, because he's pissed that Bill Pulte didn't come in and save GameStop? Like, what? Like, this is so fucking stupid. It's so fucking childish. Like, all of it. Everything with PP, with Pulte, with Kais, with Moass, and all of them, anybody who's 1 or 2 degrees away from them, it's all such, I mean, I don't know half of it, and I don't even care. Like, it's such a sideshow that people get sucked into it, and next thing you know, you see these people writing fucking checks to Bill Pulte for $50,000. Like, what in the fuck? What the fuck just happened? You got fucking taken to the goddamn cleaners is what happened, because you went down these fucking rabbit hole narratives. Anyway, God, why? I mean, shit. I just don't even know what to say anymore.
Good morning. Welcome back to Moass. Moass, plenty of information, a little bit of motivation, a whole lot of truth, no financial advice. Sitting here thinking about the stock, like always, GameStop. You know, I also thought about AMC, Bed Bath & Beyond, some of these other ones that failed throughout the last 3 years. And the crazy, like, common denominator between it all is private equity, short hedge funds, you know, these guys.
Oh, here we go again.
I just want you to know something.
Oh, my God.
All those guys.
He has the same talking points. All these
equity
videos are literally the same.
They are. They really are.
All of these
private equity.
The same talking points over and over and over again, and these people keep clicking on these videos like there's something different.
Yep. I mean, it's like the wheel. It's like
going back to that conversation we had earlier, where it's like he talks about private equity this, private equity that, and we just got done talking about what Ryan Cohen's trying to do with GameStop is the private equity playbook. You gussy up the product and you sell it on to the next sucker.
Yeah, except he's not even doing a very good job of that. Like they haven't even had earnings calls the last 2 quarters. Like,
that
what
baffles me. How do people not see through that?
Because they know that they are, you know, what they're going to ask him about, like, the NFT marketplace, and what's he going to say? He's going to have to admit that it fucking was a fucking stupid ass idea at the wrong fucking time, for example. Or they're going to
almost bottom of the crypto market.
Exactly at the wrong moment, right? I mean, which you knew when they announced it, like, okay, yeah, you're too late announcing it, and then it was another whole fucking year until they actually did it. It was like, why? Because they had already written the check, I guess, and then
their super secret plan that they couldn't even tell Reggie Fils-Aimé about it.
Right. They're going to ask about anomalies on the balance sheet, like suspicious inventory reductions and costs of goods sold and things like that point to. I'm not saying that prove. I'm not even saying that show, but may hint at even some creative type accounting that to make things appear rosier than they are. You know, we talked about that stuff here. How because everybody, you know, goes through this shit with a fine-tooth comb now, and anybody can, and we can get all the data. Like, oh, that's interesting. I noticed here that your inventory numbers, I forget what it was, but, you know, from this quarter to this quarter is this, but in this quarter to this quarter is this. What can we infer from that? And they're going to get those questions. And what's he going to say? Well, yeah, we did. we did that so that we would look like we were doing better than we are. No, we can't say that. So I don't know. It's a shit company run by a fucking clown. That's why. Let's just cut through the fucking bullshit. It's bullshit. Nobody cares. It's who fucking cares about GameStop? The only people who care about GameStop are people that are fucking stuck in the stock. That's it. That is it. And I hate to be...
Yeah, and that's...
No, I don't. I don't hate to be so harsh about it, but who fucking cares? Nobody. Nobody fucking cares.
Ryan Cohen talks in cryptic tweets. One, because he knows that he can manipulate the suckers with them. And two, I think if he came out straight out and said anything, he like... Ryan Cohen is a weird enigma to me because part of it is
he is
talk enough. And I think that's deliberate because, like you said, he doesn't want to admit that the company's not doing what he thought it would do. And the other part is just like, even if he knows he can't say nothing, but if he says anything, it's going to be decoded like every one of Adam Aron's tweets by the companies. And so what do you like? I think that's the other part of it is he doesn't
want to get in trouble
about how bad the company. And yes, he doesn't want to get in trouble because these people are going to take it all out of whack. And then when it goes awry, they're going to blame him instead of them for taking him way out of context.
Although the irony, with all of that is he rug pulled him on the Bed Bath & Beyond thing. Just, what was that? A year? Was that, I forget, 22 or 23? I forget exactly when that happened. It's so hard to keep fucking track of all this shit.
Not last August, but...
Yeah, so it was 22 then, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, right. Because they interpreted what he said and did a certain way, they all piled in to all this bullshit. And then they didn't want
this.
Yeah, I'm sure he will. I'm sure he will.
Because he filed improperly. I don't think that's in dispute. Or he didn't, communicate very well in his filings. But he still filed the paperwork. It's the apes that took out of context what he was doing. Because if I understand correctly, is he refiled because his ownership in the company technically changed because of Bed Bath & Beyond's stupid stock buyback program. I don't know why they were. That's a whole different topic. But
because the float changed, his percentage changed because the float changed because they bought back shares or whatever, right? Something like that.
So he filed that, and apes interpreted it as he bought more, which he didn't.
Of course,
the percentage changed, and the price spiked, and so he's like, "Oh shit! Well, this might get out," and he got out.
Right.
So, I think it's really hard to prove that he actually ran a pump and dump, but it was pretty, regardless, pretty just what he did.
Just because it can't be, it's not that doesn't mean that it wasn't manipulative.
Mm-hmm.
And either in a mechanical way in the market or in a social way, like with what his communications and his interactions, outside, on Twitter and whatever else. So, yeah. And at the end of the day, it probably wasn't illegal, but it was fucking scummy, and slimy. And is it something that you would respect somebody, for doing? No, absolutely not. It's not an good ethical thing that he did. So now, does goodness and ethics have any place in finance? You could argue whatever you want, but at the end of the day, no. So it doesn't really matter what anybody feels or thinks about anything. It's where did the money go and what, was it legally, did it get there legally? Okay, it's your money then. Sorry about your feelings. Sorry for your loss. You lose, Try again next time. That's just the way it is. That's just the world. So anyway, it's just a matter of time before GameStop stops printing receipts to save on paper.
You're seeing that with Walmart, where you get your choice between a printed receipt or an email or
yeah, true. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they do. Eric says, so how do you explain the price movement of Bed Bath & Beyond if you believe retail cannot move price? Well, it's not that we don't believe retail can move price. I mean, retail investors can't move the price now because they don't have any. They can't buy it and sell in enough size to move anything. I mean, and that's the blanket answer for always, but especially for right now. Like 2021, it was probably a little bit different, and I think that retail's actions contributed to a lot of those moves. But at the end of the day, institutions will always be able to put down more cash on anything.
More effectively, they have more cash. Yeah.
Right. And so for that, in that sense, is
short squeezes, air quotes, short squeezes happened was because stimmy money. And when the stimmy money dried up.
So did the short squeezes, or these kind of, pump and dump kind of short covering rallies where it's not necessarily one huge short squeeze, but because you had people enter the short at different levels, you might have, okay, this top section of shorts covered here down to this level, and then, like the older shorts or something. And you saw that happen, in stages, like, as opposed to one huge. And you did see the huge ones, but
positions on the pump up from the others covering.
Oh yeah, right. Because at some point it becomes clear. Okay, this is getting way outside of any type of true valuation here. Like this, clearly, this is exuberance coming in, and instead of fighting it, you can just ride the wave, and then once that settles down, enter a short position because clearly it's overvalued at $70 when the fucking doors are locked at the location. You can't even go. I couldn't even go patronize the store. It's not even open. So how is it worth this? Well, okay, it's not. All right, so sell it then. So and that cycle just kept happening over. They talk about cycles and all this bullshit. Cycle theory. It's a cycle of overvaluation and less overvaluation. It's what it seems like. It's way overvalued, and then it gets, sold and then pumped back up, and then it's more overvalued. It's a question of how overvalued is it right now, I think. But retail can't move the market because they don't move it. They don't buy in enough size. If you understand why prices go up and down in the market, in terms of like an order book, for example, you have certain amount of shares for sale at, or for somebody to buy or sell at a certain price, and different numbers, different quantities of shares at different prices. And people are constantly adding and taking shares off of those shelves, if you will, at those prices. Like, never mind, I changed my mind. I want us to actually sell it for more now, or I just want to get rid of it at market price. So you always have that happening with thousands, hundreds of thousands of people, entities, institutions, market participants, all at once. And, when a trade happens, now you have a new price, a new benchmark price. But maybe people aren't going to agree with that price, and they agree to a higher or lower price, depending on who's got what available at what price, because that price works for them, right? So if I bought it at this, then I need to sell it for this in order to make money. So everybody's got their own situation where they would lose money if they sold it, or they would make money, blah, 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 right? So if you keep that in mind, then you have to understand then that in order for the price to move, there needs to be a lot, and I mean a lot, of shares that need to be transacted. Like enough that we clear out every one of these lines of where these orders are sitting. You're going to have to clean out all of those and more and more and more and more. You need a blowout. You need somebody to come in and buy out the whole fucking store. You need somebody to come in and just, hey, money is no object to me. I don't care. I need them all now. Everything you got in the back, bring it out here. That's what you need, and that's what retail does not do, especially now when retail investors, the investing public, are looking for value. They're looking for return. They're looking for something safe, not speculation necessarily. Because even now, if they're looking for speculation, they're still getting burnt. So if they're looking for speculation, you know, like as the Bitcoiners are finding out, how's Bitcoin doing, by the way? Did the spot ETF help it? Well, it's still down, it looks like. That is hilarious to me for some reason that this would happen. But, you know, I know a lot of people aren't laughing, and I'm not laughing at them. I'm laughing with them at their own, I don't know. I am laughing. Whatever. Fuck it. 10%. Whew. Roughly. Son of a gun. So, anyway, retail doesn't move the market because size moves the market, and retail isn't really known for size. So that's why, you know, I don't know why I have a lag in the chat, and I get flooded with messages here. Retail can move price momentarily, but insiders dumping shares. The question is, at what price should GME be trading? I don't care about much else, given I don't care about much else, even though I enjoy making the bullish case based on normal mechanics. Definitely not 15, was that euros? But now that's its price. But now that's its, here's the price sort of makes sense. I understand it pretty clearly. It just seems you don't, and mostly just repeating something. Huh? Well, if you understand it and I don't, then what the hell are you doing here? You know, that's what I understand. That's what I would say. GME is valued correctly. Price will go up if RC figures a way to grow revenue. I understand how an order book works, understand underlying mechanics. That's what confuses me about arriving at $15 now. The market has traded it. That's where the market is. Like, you're never going to know why. I don't understand the question. The market prices it where it's at. It's not like it's one person. That's the consensus. So you're arguing with the consensus. You don't believe the consensus, and that's fine. You can do that, but that's the consensus. Like, how are you going to change it? Like, everybody else has voted and said it's this, and you're on the other side saying no, it's this. It sounds like you're going to be one of those people, the 100,000 holders of the highest strike call options that expire next week, because that's what they say. No, the market is wrong. It's going to go to whatever next week, and I'm going to buy 15 more contracts because I believe that much. That won't do any good. I don't know. I don't understand the argument here. And I don't understand what we keep repeating. And I don't understand what we don't understand. At what price should GME be trading? There's no answer to that question. At what price should it be trading? Whatever the market price is, which is what? I don't know about euros. $14.75. That's the price. Why is it the price? Because that's the price. It's the one time when a circular definition is acceptable, I guess. Like, the price is $14.75 because the price is $14.75. You know, you could buy it for $14.75 because $14.75 is the price. Why? Because that's what market participants did. Because that's what the market did. It will never be anything else other than whatever the market does. There's no way to predict it. There's a lot of reasons why it can change. Some legitimate, some maybe not so legitimate. But at the end of the day, if you have money, if you have the ability to be a whale, and you can come in and buy millions of shares like it's nothing, then that might move the price. You might be able to do that as a retail investor. And maybe you did it for a nefarious reason, because to influence the price for some option play or something. Theoretically, yeah, you could do that. It would take a lot of money. So most people aren't going to be able to do that. But it's possible. But that's a risk that we have. That's a risk. That is a risk. Just like it's a risk that every day when you step into your car to drive to work, you could get in an accident and be killed. It's not a fun thing to think about, but it's a risk that we all take, and most of the time. And again, in terms of probabilities, there's a low probability, relatively low probability that'll happen. It does happen. It can happen. God forbid it happen. I hope it. Do not wish any harm upon anyone. But realistically speaking, it happens. But the probability is low. So I'm going to choose to drive to work every day. I'm okay with that risk. And also I'm going to try to minimize my contribution to it. So I'm not going to drive like a maniac. I'm going to observe traffic rules, be courteous, mostly, sometimes, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That is like me doing my due diligence here, or asking questions beyond the thing that's the part of the narrative, right? Shows your negligence. I mean, I don't know what you're talking about, and I don't really care. I mean, if you think that this is negligence, then you should move on. I mean, for real. Trying to understand. I am trying to understand. Talking smack? No. I mean, I think you need to, you know what, Eric, I appreciate you. I really do. But why don't you, negligence. My take on Bitcoin, it's worthless. Cryptos are worthless. There's no inherent value in crypto. I don't know, I mean, all right. That's fine. Thanks for all the questions, Eric. I appreciate it. Just sit back and listen for a bit, okay? If you can. Otherwise, I gotta move on here from this. But I think maybe just, I feel like I'm interacting with a bot. I mean, I don't mean that I'm not saying that to be disrespectful. I just don't understand. I don't understand what is being asked, and the responses I'm getting don't jive with what I thought I was responding to. So I think it's because it's Sunday night and I'm tired. I don't know. I'm not calling anybody a bot. If anything, I'm the bot. Well, boy, that one's going to be... Someone could have fun with that one. If anything, I'm the bot. All right. Shit.
Hired by these hedge funds. Adam Aron, the board of directors, you name it. All these guys, right, that we've talked about in the past. They have all been extremely successful in life. And I'm talking about in high school, they had the best grades, right? They're valedictorian. They go to college and they're in all the Phi Beta Psi, whatever crap. I don't even care. They are accustomed to winning. They've never gotten a C or a B. It's the culture. It's the environment that they've been wrapped in.
This is absolute garbage, right? What he's saying right now, this is ridiculous. I mean...
If
the notion
you think that someone who's successful has not been shaped by failures they've had, then you just
yeah, what the fuck? Yeah, that is ridiculous. I mean, this is absurd. Like, this is the worst like conception of success that I've ever fucking heard anybody say. Like, he's setting up this is very much like it's a culture war thing. Really is what it is. How this is no different seemingly than what Frankie Mohammed says.
Every man versus these like fucking Ubermenches, which is such a cartoonish fucking view of the world.
Right. And it's, well, really, again, and we've talked about this seemingly a lot recently, it's this black and white thinking that is so prevalent in cults where, you know, oh, they're the enemy. They're accustomed to winning, blah, blah, blah. It's us versus them. We're the good guys. You know, Ryan Cohen's the good guy, blah, blah, blah. It's the same garbage, just with in a different package. This is just cult.
How can he not apply the same thing to Ryan Cohen? He's a person who's run successful companies. He comes from wealth, like his father supposedly does. And it's like, how can you apply this to everyone else but your boy? It's hypocritical. It's contradictory. It's all I can really say is it's fucking bullshit.
Yeah, that's about the best thing that you could say.
Guess against the stock, and they make all their hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, their millions of dollars a year, and they can afford the lifestyle that they live, the life of luxury. They have no idea what
the
their
life you wish you had, but you're pissed that you don't have it.
Pretty much. But then listen to where he goes with this.
Year, they're millions of dollars a year, and they can afford the lifestyle that they live, the life of luxury. They have no idea what they're up against when you see a guy like us. People that go to work. I'm on my way to work right now.
Fuck off. Fuck
right
off.
There it is. The everyman Joe six-pack. I'm going to work. See, look at me. I mean, these guys.
Imagine what it's like to wake up every day and grind this way. They'll never do it, and yet still have to go out there and do the due diligence on your investments.
Fuck you! You think you got a good job by not working hard? Go fuck yourself! Who the fuck are you? Seriously,
right.
Who the fuck are you?
He's got a lot of nerve. He's got a lot of nerve, you know. And this is like this. It's just, yeah, okay. I'm just going to continue here.
And hope that you can come out on top. They're not doing that. They've been spoon-fed and hand-fed their whole life. Silver spoon-fed. So that's why I can't relate to these guys. Now I get it. There are, you know...
No, you can't relate to them because you're a fucking loser.
No.
Relate to him because you've never been good at anything in your fucking life.
Right. Yeah, no, I love that. Like, I can't relate to them. Oh, but I get it. Of course you do. Yeah, right, of course. I can't relate to them, but I get it. No, Jesus fucking...
What is Drexel silver spoon-fed? So that's why I can't relate to these guys. Now I get it. There are, you know, Apollo, basically, what is Drexel, Burnham Lambert, you know, they actually are a branch of that. So maybe they failed at one point in the 80s and they found out how to do it better, and they realized they were wrong. KKR has been in it since the 60s, so I can imagine. Bain and company has been there, you know, Mitt Romney and the boys. So there's been so many successful people at the top level.
He's got to get his MAGA talking points in there going after Mitt Romney. Not that I like the dude, but...
Well, welcome to it, hedge funds. You're about to hit a really tough time and some really tough years.
He says with stock heading downward.
All these new hires you guys have wrapped around you, all these board of directors that you guys, you know, out here milking the crowd for interaction, I hope they're ready. I hope they're ready for the defeat that's coming their way. Because I'm telling you.
I hope you're ready for the stock to go down further.
Milking the crowd for interaction. I don't know. What a weirdo.
Again, and he just
I don't know.
Up.
I don't know. Or was he talking about Pulte in there? I don't know. Silver spoons are bougie. Platinum spoons are where it's at. Oh, okay. Yeah, silver. Everybody has silver now. Right, you're right. Platinum spoon fed. Exactly. RC is the perfect representation of the common person. Pretty sure he's one of us. Yeah.
That's some great sarcasm. Very cutting.
Yeah. You know, yeah. You remember that song, What If God Was One of Us? Like from the 90s. Yeah. Well, he would look just like Ryan Cohen. You know, beautiful. Excuse me while I puke. Yeah. But the board of directors meets in private.
Think of the song. Speaking of it, what was Trump's theme song? He's trying to sing that song without singing it.
I don't know, the one where the artist basically said,
"Sing Fortunate Son" without saying it out.
Oh yeah.
He sucks at singing.
I thought you were talking about the ones that he used at his campaign rallies, where the artist, every one of the artists for each song that he picked, you know, basically said, yeah, you don't have permission to use that. Stop using.
Yeah.
Pretty much all of them. I can't remember. Anyway, it was sympathy for the devil. Yeah. But Mick said, nah, not today, right? Mick Jagger. All right.
You right now. Guys like me who wake up every day, go to work, we grind, we don't give a shit. We don't give one damn about losing on one transaction or one day, you know, a down market, a down week, market's down.
That's not what I've been hearing on Twitter. There's a lot of people
right.
screaming and crying about how much they're down on a daily basis. I don't know who you're fucking talking about.
Right. I mean, I guess he's setting up, you know, his image as the
this is what
the cult leader.
It's made fun of all the time on GME Meltdown because he's such a fucking tool. He's so laughable. You can laugh at every word that falls out of his mouth because it's so fucking stupid. Does he listen?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Clown.
I mean, it is bad. It's really bad. It is really bad. I mean, if we did the tier ranking list thing, he would be right at the fucking top. I mean, there's no question. Like, there is no way. Like, to the point where, I mean, I still think, I'd say I'm 49% on the side that he's just like, he turns off the recording and just cracks himself up like, oh man, I wonder if they'll believe this today. Like he's like this, he's just doing this for fun, you know, fraudulently.
He's a true believer.
But
you can't be this dumb and not be a true believer.
That's why I'm 51%. But
very stupid fucking things.
If we found out that he was just doing this, you know, as a joke, I wouldn't be surprised because it does seem like that too. Like, but I don't think it is. But it could also be. But it's that bad. It's that fucking bad. That's like there's no way. It's like yeah. If the movie Best in Show was like serious, but the reality is it kind of is because there that does exist. Those things do exist. Like, so he's the real life version of he's the caricature. He is the real life version of the caricature that he is of himself, which is a weird, I don't know, mind fuck of meta. It's a meta fifth dimension thing or something, or maybe I just need to smoke more weed. I don't know. It's fucked up though. I'll tell you, it is fucked up. I'm looking for, where is it? If you go on to, speaking of the devil, whoops. Yeah, on GME Meltdown right now, there is one never before seen. An ape admits he was wrong. This is about my rants.
I like
here.
It has to be prefaced. Never before seen before. An ape admits he's wrong a little bit because they can't ever fully go all the way. That's that video we just watched, right?
Yes, that's the first video we watched. I like his anti-meltdown arguments that he tells his followers to use against us like they're not actually burning money and they are going to be profitable one day, blah, blah, blah. One question, though.
You just got done saying that.
Right. How does any of that trigger Moass? Let's say the best case scenario is they become profitable and the stock settles around $12. What then? Well, yeah. I mean, there's nothing. Some other top line comments here. Let's see. So we can't point out the NFT marketplace failure anymore because they've closed it down. Dude, that was their one attempt to establish a new career center, a new growth center, to make up for their core business being irreversibly obsolete. GME doesn't need to stop losing money. It needs to grow aggressively to justify its current valuation, let alone get apes into the green. Where's that going to come from? What else is in the pipeline? Yep.
Nothing's in the pipeline. Nothing.
Also, Morant's
the biggest problem with GME right now is its management. Its management fucking sucks.
Yep. He is becoming a shill. Oh, becoming?
I think we would long. That's.
Yeah, I think we're past. Yeah.
I think we crossed that threshold a long time ago. Yeah, he couldn't even admit he was wrong.
Yeah. Okay. It's amazing how he can spot and call out other bullshit but can't smell his own. I mean, that pretty much sums it up. He's blatantly spinning and shilling to the camera. Right. This is how the towel apes were jeering about Meltdown being wrong and their stock going to zero because it got delisted at 7 cents. He's arguing semantics over the company barely scraping by into technically being profitable. That's like if I was to say, I don't know, I'm a chef because I cooked water and poured it into an instant ramen cup. Right. I look forward to his meltdown when the stock is trading at single digits, and I think we all are awaiting that day.
And I bet you we'll still be waiting because this pretentious ass motherfucker can't pull his head out of his own ass.
Right. No, we can't. Sure can't.
He's got to keep playing the game, because if he it's like what Folding Ideas said. If he ever takes off the irony armor, it's game over.
Right. Breaking news: PP admits to a show as being his livelihood. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. If this whole thing goes sour for him, he has to go back and get a real job.
Yeah. Oh, God forbid. I hope the new equity comes with a patch or hat or something commemorating this entire play. I don't even know what the fuck. Let's see.
Oh my goodness. Why? So they can go for stolen valor while they're at it?
Yep. So Ape buys unwanted warranty batteries and games to support his company. I too bought some buckskins and some warranties that I never planned to use. Batteries for devices I didn't need batteries yet. Used games that were donated and given away. I've developed a habit of collecting Funko characters just for the fuck of it, all from GameStop, because I want to support my company and their endeavors. Great. So you are a fucking cult member. It should not be up to us investors to continually finance a company's operations. You are basically describing an MLM scheme. But let's just point out that was posted by somebody with the tag here, Reddit.
GME.
My IRA is GME. So even somebody that is willing to say that can say this. So that's why I say this we're reaching a turning point, or we're something of some kind. When people
you saw recently, it wasn't like AMC had a new offering or anything, but what was it last week's? You saw those two big dips in AMC. That's capitulation. People are finally saying fuck it in AMC.
Yep. Yeah.
So Bed Bath & Beyond's bankrupt. You're starting to get AMC capitulation. How much longer does GME got? And those are the big
yeah.
the big three cannon meme stocks.
Okay. So, all right. Let's see here. All right. I'm going to continue with Marantz real quick.
I'm going to keep buying the shares, and I'm going to tell you, you lost on this one. That's GameStop, guys. GameStop.
So he's still supporting this hedge funds versus retail investor mentality, which has always been a false narrative. Even if it were, you would never win because they have more money than you do, especially now because they've made all that money, all the money that the apes lost on AMC, GameStop, Bed Bath, all of them. They're the ones who made money on that. So how can you possibly say in any type of conscience that's not fraudulent that you're up against a fight? Like, what in the fuck are you talking about? There is nothing here. Nothing here. And there's such, this is what
you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard.
Yes, it is.
Up as a whole.
I love that clip.
That's why this matters. Period. So I'll let all the meltdowners paint it the way they want to paint it. Meltdowners tell you stuff.
You're the one painting
every day for the
You're
last
the one
2
who's
years.
painted himself into a fucking corner.
Yep.
Now you can't get yourself out.
So all he can do is double down, triple down, quadruple down on his ridiculous nonsense.
I don't know if they get paid for their interaction or what it is. Because they have a platform and then they'll come onto yours.
That is such You get ad revenue from YouTube. You're the one that gets paid for your shitty fucking opinions, if anybody.
Right.
That is so... How can you be so...
It's almost... That's what I'm saying. It's hard to even believe that this is real. But apparently it is.
Because they have a platform and then they'll come onto yours. I built a YouTube channel myself. I make all the content myself. I go do all the due diligence. I walk out there. I grind for it.
But who
and
pays
then it's
you?
the same guys. The same individuals in the chat every time saying the same thing at the bottom. GameStop's going bankrupt. GameStop's this. Ryan Cohen's a failure. This isn't that. This is... And I'm just like, how do you gauge all
Yeah,
of
until
this?
you block them.
The marketplace, I had so many people write me and be like, "How
right.
you're wrong." And I was like, okay. You wouldn't know the potential of the marketplace, period, unless you tried it. You don't know. So I commend the guys at GameStop for trying it and doing it. And now we know. We know the benchmark.
Well, I mean, no, because...
Why was your fucking toy store dealing in NFTs in the first place?
True. But also, I mean, like I said before, we knew it was going to be a failure. We knew there was a high chance it was not going to work because of the timing when they did it. I mean, come on. I mean, shit had... Like, by the time the fucking thing went... I don't remember exactly when, but by the time the fucking thing actually went live, a lot of shit had happened. Like, you'd had that whole last summer when all those crypto entities fucking failed, and then ultimately FTX went down. Like, it came out somewhere in the middle of all that. Like, NFTs were the last fucking thing that anybody was going to fucking trade. Like, what? How... And it was just it was a brief minute.
That money.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine if they'd spent that money revitalizing their stores that look like they're still straight out of the 90s with their fucking drop ceiling tiles and their dirty fucking floors. Trust me, I've had some of my subs send me pictures already of the stores with this empty space layout where half or if not more is made up of physical media that is being phased out. What if you spent that money to revitalize those stores, replace that space with, trading cards and Dungeons and Dragons mats and fucking budget computer builds?
He probably already alienated all those potential customers with by forcing them to buy used games at overinflated prices over the years and all this shit. I don't know.
That's another thing. They should have spent that money also with an advertising campaign to rebrand themselves. Us, people our age, are the ones that are pissed off at GameStop. They should speak to the next generation that's coming in that don't know what GameStop is, and the only thing they're hearing is from people like us and their parents that GameStop's fucking shit.
Right.
It's all stuff that they should have spent money on.
Yeah, they should have spent money to counter our, voices like ours talking about this. I mean, really, they should have paid me to shut up, because I probably would have taken the money.
We know the transaction. We know that how much you could make, possibility. You know, I always give you that bacon analogy. You never know how many pies you can sell until you max out and you have overage, right? If you sold out at 2:00 in the afternoon, then you don't know what your potential is if you were open all the way till 8 p.m. So things like that you have to take in consideration. So GameStop
I was
is one
just
of that.
blue screened
You would
by
never
that
know what the
analogy.
marketplace
It was so
can do, will
bad.
do, should do.
Yep.
Unless you actually
I just
built
heard it, and I'm
tried
just
it,
like,
and
I
went
can't even
for it. At
think of
least
anything to say it was that dumb.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's speechless.
Toys, and you went into a market that was on the decline to sell fucking digital POG tokens
Mm-hmm.
with that.
Well, you know, it was something. We were gonna something.
Something all right.
Yeah, you know, something. Who knows? It was. Well, we don't know until we fail, and I don't know. I got nothing. I can't even. It's hard for me to even bullshit on anywhere close to this level. Like, to be honest.
Yeah.
But oh, there it is. Oh no, there's the blue screen of death. It just hit me. It just hit me. Crap. Hang on. I'll be back. I got to hit Control Alt Delete. Control Alt Delete.
PC and put it in safe mode.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Come on, Marantz, shut the fuck up already.
But I'm okay. I'm okay because the narrative that is GameStop's not positive. GameStop's, you know, a cash burning company. GameStop has no path to profitability.
That's not the narrative. That's the reality. That's what the facts show. Like, I mean, the narrative is what we're about to hear. We're about to hear the narrative.
But like I've talked about how they could have a path to profitability. It's just that's going to be lower revenue, lower earnings on lower margins, which does not justify its current price.
Right. Which a lot of companies, and it's, hey, if he wants to feel better, you know, he could say, think it's not just GameStop that's probably going to be in that boat. You know, I mean, there's probably a lot. It's probably not the only one. So when we finally see the reckoning between current valuations and earnings return and future guidance from the Q1 or Q4 or whatever, GameStop probably won't be the only one. So take solace in that, you know. All right.
There's a lot of companies that are functionally insolvent right now.
Yes, right.
All these zombie companies.
And that's the point a little bit of the interest rate hikes too. You know, you think like if your business relies on free money to operate and you can't pay living wages and yada yada, then I'm sorry, you don't deserve to be in business. I mean, that's the way that capitalism is supposed to work. We have to weed out the zombies. We can't. Not everybody is going to fucking succeed.
Go to actual new investments.
Right. That's how innovation and progress are financed, because we take money away from the ones that aren't doing it anymore. That's how it's always worked. So anyway, yeah, agreed.
Tell me what you guys want to do, naysayers, meltdowners. But tell me why you've been in my comments for the last 2 years, 3 years, with the same stuff. I mean, every day. It's as if
you're so easy to troll.
Interact. Because for me,
yeah,
I walked into some of these YouTube channels a long time ago.
It's funny watching you melt down.
Put down one
That's
comment.
what it is.
Oh, you're an idiot. Oh, you don't know. And all the YouTubers beat them all down, right?
Because you're making videos about all this shit still.
Literally vanished. Literally deleted their channels. No more videos. Nothing. Why would you delete your videos? Why would you delete your channel? Why would you just walk away?
Well, we're not talking about that. I mean, nice attempt here at, straw manning your way out of it, deflecting it and talking about somebody else. We're not talking about that. None of that shit changes the fact that you cannot face reality now. Yep. None of it. It has no bearing on you at all.
And him making videos like this only feeds the trolls. The reason why people give him so much shit is because he spends 7 odd minutes talking about how much that he doesn't care when it's really fucking obvious he does care.
Right. Yep.
But are they paid? They got paid. Some of them reappear. New persona, new info, new everything. Jackson Hunter, right? And I don't understand because I'm a real person. I really go to work. I really go home and study. Then
No, you're not.
You can't buy me. I saw individuals walk into this community and offer money to people and try to get them to pump out their info. And it's like, man, you can't buy the interaction. And that's why GameStop's so real to me. Because there's what 200,000 holders they tell you on the DRS side, and you're gonna tell me what? That they're not all common day people. We didn't get all straight A's. We probably got some C's, some B's, even D's and F's at times. Who knows? But when you talk about those hedge funds, you talk about Ivy League, you talk about board of directors for all these private equity firms, they were all spoon fed. They've never failed a day in their life. So looking at this, them failing on GameStop, them
That's bullshit. That's complete fucking bullshit. I mean, totally fucking bullshit. So what he's, yeah.
Okay, let me tell you a story about how wrong this motherfucker is. My mom currently runs her own business. She's a social worker, and she has full booking. She makes good money. She failed at high school, dropped out of college, went back to school after being laid off from her job. After in the middle of a divorce, went back to school, got her degree.
Yeah.
Took some time. She went through a bunch of different social work jobs, got her master's degree, and now she has her own business. Okay. She maybe isn't on the level of these CEOs, but she's definitely not like someone Morantz is talking about.
Oh, absolutely.
Failure to get to success. So when you say shit like that, when he says shit like this is why it pisses me off so much. Because this fucking failure wants to pretend like the people who see don't fail. And I know I've just got done saying this, but it twerks me so much to listen to this fat fuck ramble on about how life is, oh, poor pitiful me, it's so bad for me, but we're going to get the man, we're going to pull him down to our level. Fuck you. Fuck
you. It's outrageous. I'm going to end that video. I'm done with this with him.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
But
I just keep getting every time it's just
here's a like this I think this one says it better than I can, and it will put it in terms that I think will be universal, maybe. Yes, this is a commercial.
1,000 shots in my career. I've lost almost 300 games.
Ooh.
6 times I've been trusted to take the game-winning shot and missed. I've failed over and over and over again in my life. And that is why I succeed.
Boom. You know, I mean, that one to me says it all. You know, you miss this many shots. Yeah, of course. How do you get good? You practice. You lose. You fail. You try. You resolve to do better. You still fail. Resolve to do better. And then, you know, that's a mic drop. I mean, I don't, you know.
Yeah.
It's hard to say anything, you know, because it's like, no, it's totally wrong. Totally fucking, even on Wall Street, no, not everybody. That's ridiculous. That is fucking ridiculous. And to even to personalize it that much and to start talking about people on Wall Street and their profiles as, you know, that's what he's doing. He's profiling. He's using a profile of the typical Wall Street stereotypical, you know, type of figure. And it just doesn't really serve any purpose because it's not this personal thing, but it's easier for simps, I guess, and cult members. You know, you have to make it about the man, like you said. And these people don't deserve, and yada, 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 yada. And I'm like, I don't care what, you know, anybody else has or is doing. It doesn't have to affect me. And even when you succeed, another failure will follow. You get another good point. Yeah, it's like, yeah, you know, and because if you hang too long on that one success, you're going to let your guard down just long enough for yourself to get fucked again. because you were gloating about what just happened. So it's a constant thing. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I have a couple more things here. Let me see here. Okay, so
let's get to something maybe a little less serious. Maybe you said you wanted to get to stocks and crypto plays.
Oh yes.
Stupidity.
Right.
Hey friends, welcome to Stocks and Crypto Plays. I'm talking.
So this is so interesting here.
I love when they use these chintzy green screen effects.
Oh, I know, it's terrible. Lynn says, "Why don't they deserve it? They worked for it or figure out how to get it without working for it."
Well,
Exactly. I mean, if he were in any other position, he wouldn't be. Would he be saying that about himself? No, of course not. So, it sounds like he sounds like he's burnt out on his job or something. I mean, it sounds like actually he needs to take a break from YouTube, but that's needed to happen for a long time.
Probably.
All of these guys need to have a forced break.
That's what I did after my birthday. I took the whole month of October off after the AMC thing.
Yeah.
But you know what? It was better for my mental health.
And I've done the same. I've done that too, where I just haven't done anything, or I disappear don't hang out in the chat, or whatever. Because sometimes it's not the number one thing in my life. It's not ultimately that important, and you got to prioritize it. Yeah. Okay, now listen to this. This string of conspiracy theories we're about to hear. This is an example of probably a lot of different things, but a slippery slope came to my mind because A leading to Z, and like in order for you to believe this, you have to believe in this string of conspiracy theories, one of which leads to the next, and it's a fallacy. It's complete nonsense. But he uses it here masterfully in this little diatribe.
AMC stock. Here's the down low on the fraud that occurred with AMC stock. I want you to think about this very clearly, all right? Right before Adam Conman Aron came out with the ape scam, AMC was at $25 per share, okay? He was on Yahoo Finance. I showed you in my channel the video of it. Adam Aron was on Yahoo Finance. AMC was at $25 a share, and he's talking about the ape scam, okay? He comes out with the ape scam and destroys retail shareholders. How? Okay, take a look, guys. He said that he wanted to pay off debt, right? So when AMC was at $25 a share before he came out with the ape scam, all he had to do was sell 100 million AMC shares at $25 a share, for example. That's $2.5 billion with a B of cash for AMC.
Okay. I'm not going to point out
how he ignores things like cash burn and the fact that they had not been making capital expenditures to keep their theaters in shape during this whole time.
And that's not the only thing he overlooks, but I don't want to mention it yet. But I just want to pause there and say, okay, so far, all right, fine.
Tell me, would AMC shareholders support that with a yes vote? Absolutely. If they're going to say yes to having 90% of their shares stolen from them, which I don't believe they said yes, they rigged that vote, and I proved it in my channel. But if they did say yes to that, don't you think they would say yes to AMC diluting 100 million shares for $2.5 billion? Of course they would. But instead, here's what happened. Listen closely. Make sure you hit like and share this video with a...
Here it is.
Here's what happened instead, okay, friends? Adam Aron created the ape scam. On day one, you lost 40% of your AMC value. You know that, right? So then what he decided to do was wait to the very bitter end after him and his hedge fund buddies colluded to get ape down from over $10 all the way down to like $1. And then Adam Aron sold below market value 100 million ape to Antara Capital for $6 per share, right? So what do you end up with? Like $66 million, something like that? Maybe $100 million at the most? I mean, probably $70 million in that range. I'd have to go back and look at the paperwork, but it wasn't a whole lot, right? It was less than 100 million probably. because he sold them at 66 cents and he sold 100 million, unless he sold 130 million.
Probably.
I'm not sure.
Probably.
Anyway, 100 million at 66 cents, right? Walks away with $66 million approximately for AMC. He could have had 2.5 billion by selling that same exact 100 million shares of AMC. And then you're going to say, wait, no, man, wait, Ape is not AMC. They're not the same. Oh, they're not? Well, after Aron sold those for 66 cents per share to Antara Capital, and they rigged the vote with automatic yes votes and a clause in the contract that said Antara Capital had to vote yes to the AMC reverse split. It was in the paperwork contract, okay, in the negotiated deal when they made the deal that they had to vote yes to the reverse split, okay? And not only that, there was a 3 proposal. So the other part of that was that AMC shares and Ape shares would be conjoined, and Ape would become AMC. Henceforth, Adam Aron sold 100 million shares, which were actually converted into AMC. So he sold 100 million Ape shares, which were converted into AMC. I said it.
You just said that. Oh, okay.
For 66 cents a share. So we walked away with like $66 million, okay? We could have had $2.5 billion if he sold 100 million Ape shares at $25 a share. Now you tell me, how epic is this failure? Or is it not a failure? Is it collusion? Is it...
Well...
have you ever had someone that just beats you over and over again with a baseball bat? That's what this video feels like. Just one stupid lie right after the other.
Yeah.
Adam Aron colluding with the naked short sellers that had to cover. Was he blackmailed into it, or was he paid? We don't really know why he did it, but he did it. None of this is financial advice. These are my personal opinions. Now, the other thing you want to think about is, why is Adam Aron getting paid $23 million a year to be CEO of a company that has negative income for the year? Negative income for the year. $23 million to him. And how much is the board making? We're just talking AA.
Here we go with this stuff again.
And you tell me, why did his salary go up significantly from 2022 and go up significantly from 2021 and go up significantly from 2020? The worse AMC does financially, the higher Adam Aron's salary gets. We want these questions answered. Why is it this way? I just proven to you how...
Sounds like I might be able to recruit him to the socialist left. He's talking about CEO pay.
It's like that. You saw the video that I did on CSI.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Last one.
Yes.
we need to find a clever name because Bubby Sanders works really well. What would we do?
Oh, yeah. We'll come up with something here.
Was brought upon the AMC share.
Okay, now so here's where he starts to talk about fraud. Let's see here what he says.
Why is it this way? I just proven to you how fraud was brought upon the AMC shareholders. We should have had a short squeeze, Moass to the moon on AMC stock. 100% we were going to have it until Adam Aron stepped in and colluded with Antara Capital and Citibank to destroy retail shareholders. And our own CEO did it to us, okay?
So the squeeze was 100% guaranteed to happen. I love that. But
the squeeze hasn't happened, even though it rallied all the way up from the ludicrous prices of like $12 that it was setting at in February. All the way
of course, yes. And it happened at a time when as he pointed out, the lockdown was still in place. Everything hadn't returned to normal. Yada yada. They weren't taking in a lot of revenue. So
I love that he's just now talking about the income, how much Adam Aron on the board was being paid, and all these things. And it's like, dude, these were in filings when you bought the shares.
Yep.
This is not new news.
Nope. Not at all. And in fact, Lynn can claim, I don't know if she would probably. She can, though, claim that, she brought this up. We talked about this. I want to say it was in 2021 even. She brought up the fact that Aron gave himself essentially a pay raise in 2020 and made, I forget how much more. I think it was like 12 million or something more in 2020. And they were closed most of that goddamn year. So it's like,
need to get that gif of like from Lost in Space, just like danger, Will Robinson.
Yeah, right. Or, let's see, where is it? This is a classic case of retroactive due diligence here, starring the apes. And we don't have Donahue George on this one. We have the other guy, but I don't have his picture on here. But anyway, 20 million, Lynn says, this is retroactive DD because this was known. I mean, all this shit. That's why it's not fraud,
The fact that
by the way.
The apes were tied, that they were convertible into common shares, was disclosed in August. And there was nobody saying that they weren't convertible. He creates this straw man so he can knock it down and pretend, aha, I knew this all along.
Yep, pretty much. Yep. So, I mean, it's just, among other reasons, yes, the fact that everything that he said that he proved, that was all in the filings, including the yes vote thing. All of that stuff was known ahead of time. So, I mean, I don't see how it was fraud. If anything, you defrauded yourself by not reading it and understanding it and then making a decision based on a lack of understanding. I mean, but that's all on him, or individuals themselves. I mean, so I don't see how, and not to mention all these actions, they're all reviewed by, umpteen lawyers, and I think they submit it to Delaware, and everything goes through because they're a Delaware corporation. So I mean, I don't know how closely they're reading the shit, probably at least somewhat closely, so that they don't approve some shit that shouldn't be approved. And yeah, it went through, so probably not fraud then, buddy. Probably not fraud. Shitty, maybe, yeah, sure. And not profitable? Yeah, definitely not. But not fraud, not illegal, none of that. Just corporate finance, a company trying to stay afloat here. We're just trying to keep the doors open.
If we had a CEO that was protecting us, this never would have happened. That's a fact. We would have got our...
Yeah, right. The alternative here is not any better. Right. It's not any better.
Be in the same boat as the Bed Bath & Beyond people.
Right. Yeah, basically. And then we'd be hearing a whole other set of bullshit from them. Yeah. Then they wouldn't have gone away, just like energy is not created nor destroyed. They would have just morphed into a different little fucking goblin.
Squeeze.
Yep.
But guess what? Aron is saying he didn't want the short squeeze. He never wanted the short squeeze. On record.
Where?
I don't know, but
needed.
Yeah, I don't know about that. But I mean, if I wouldn't want a short squeeze on my fucking stock either, personally. But
all these clowns followed
what
around
the fuck?
Death threats.
Right, but how does it make any sense that, okay, he doesn't want the short squeeze, so he's going to collude with someone to keep the price down? Like, so he's going to have more people short the stock? Like, it just doesn't make any sense. Like, nobody can actually point to any mechanisms here. It's all like completely zoomed out. Like, well,
I have to wonder
nonsense.
If he's making this up as he goes, staring into the camera, because this has just been like from one point to the other, just a gish gallop of lies. Whatever comes up into his head, he just says it. He doesn't think about it. He just says it.
Right. And Lynn says, why would he want to squeeze after the squeeze price plummets?
Price plummets, yeah.
Yeah. Which basically happened. It just happened over a long period of time because we had these petulant insisters that insisted on, that wasn't the squeeze. And that really was the ultimate. That was the lie, I think, that Trey put in place. But I got to find that specifically. There's one specific video that he did where he said, explicitly that was not the squeeze. It's going higher, yada, yada, yada. And it was in July, I think, even so, of 2021. So, wow. But anyway, yeah. All right, we're almost through this.
All right, friends, comment below. I need to read what you think. Make sure you share this video with a friend.
Okay, so he said comment below. Let's go down here and comment. Now, this is my comment here. I'm not going to read my comment.
Three of my pet peeves as a YouTuber. Like, I get this whole thing of, you're supposed to, active engagement. It's a call to action. It's a marketing tactic. But I hate when YouTubers do it because it's kind of like the Jeb Bush thing. Please clap. Please like and subscribe. Please.
Or Data Zero. Please don't leave me, guys. You can't leave me.
That guy's not even in the Discord. Not even in the Discord.
He's not even in the Discord.
Like, that's what it sounds like.
Do you even go to school?
That's why I never ask for my users, because for my people who view, because if they like it, they'll do it anyway.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Like it just sounds so pathetic when you whine about, hey, could you like my video? Could you please subscribe and comment, please?
So comment wise, Adam is not in control. Citigroup is the one pulling the strings. No. Damn right. Damn right. Adam Aron effed us and the play. Spot on. Could have had billions raised and no threat of debt. No. Shareholders rejected his offer to issue shares back then. Oh. Wait a minute. We might have a winner here. Shareholders rejected his offer to issue shares back then. I am not supporting him. He is definitely a crook. At one point, he pulled the vote. Why would he do that? He's either clueless or a crook or both. Well, I don't know about any of that.
Almost.
Yeah,
there.
almost. Let's see. I agree with what you said in this video. You should check out Common Sense Investor's video. He has a video about AMC investors who are supposed to get an AMC NFT. Oh. Can you explain the Federal Reserve fraud? Because that's way bigger, as it's a private company printing money for profit.
No! Can you get a double buzzer for that, please?
I mean,
holy crap. Private company, wrong. They don't print money, wrong. That's the Treasury. Like, and they're not
true.
Profit. They're a public entity. Oh my God.
Yeah. Pay should be based on performance for stockholders, not Stockholm Syndrome holders. What?
All y'all in the comments section. Stockholm.
Performance for stockholders, not Stockholm Syndrome holders. Wow. Okay.
You know what? Like he's misidentified where the Stockholm syndrome is. It's not with
True.
Adam Aron. It's not with the company. It's with these pumpers that fucking let them down to be slaughtered.
Yep. Sounds like you're mad. Get over it. It's over. Just my personal opinion, not financial advice. Wait a minute.
I got a sense of humor.
Is that what you're saying? Or are you saying what are you saying?
Well, it looks like everyone's so mad. I don't understand. It's your own fault you invested in the stock market either. Eddie didn't know what you're doing because most of the AMC people did not know what they were doing. Some of them sold for profits, what you're supposed to do, and some of them sold so they didn't take a loss. That's what you're supposed to do. So you don't sit there and watch your money go down and hope it's going to go back up again. That's not how the market's played at this point. It's just I don't even know what to say anymore. Chris G, I feel your pain, my brother. I don't know what to say anymore either because it's not what you're just not doing it right.
One comment to the post I did to GME Meltdown where they're talking about, I think it was in relation to Sojka's revolution post, and it was watch his money get flushed down the toilet. It's like I have seen the true face of the market, and it's afraid of me.
Yep. Okay, Manny really wants us to do this here, and I do too. So let's go to let's see, data 0. Okay, now this guy is something else here.
I've never watched.
Check it. Yeah, you're freaking smart. Wait, actually, no, I guess it was posted on Twitter. I have to go. Let's see. Wait, was it here? All right. Well, I'll pull it from the other one. No. I'm getting confused here because, shit. Well, okay, so Data Zero has got this post here. Since the market's closed, I'll be streaming crypto. I'll also be looking for more content I can do.
No.
Yeah. Blah, blah, blah. I'll probably stream Call of Duty on the weekends, too. Okay, that's cool. Stream Call of Duty.
At least,
Maybe it's this one. Here it is. I've seen so many sad stories from the people within this movement that is the Moass. I know it's not much, but no, you're not alone, and know that at the very least, I'm going to try and call rallies in AMC GME as well as moves on SPY, BTC, ETH, and more to help apes get back some losses. Even if that means $1 at a time, I'll work every day to make sure I am doing the best job I can be, and that way I'm the most accurate I can be, and we can all be as successful as possible.
I would like to believe that's truthful. I would like to believe that's truthful.
He might believe, yeah.
I think it has a lot more to do with the fact that shilling shitty shitco meme stocks does not get him the views it used to. You see a lot
Doesn't seem like it.
YouTubers now who are realizing that fact and are starting to talk more about fundamentals and all this stuff. AMC Biggums. And so
yeah.
You know, I think it's a kind of a shift thing.
It seems like it. Now, speaking of shifts, here's another one. I'll have to pull this one up from the chat here. 1 second. And let's see. Here we go. All right. So this is Marine Mike. So this is Marine Mike reacting.
But yeah.
He's reacting to AMC Bigum's rant here. And that was on Twitter, which I think I have up, maybe. Let me see if I've got that here.
Screen cap from someone.
Okay.
That too.
By the way, here's also one from Stock and Crypto Creep. When AMC was at $25, he could have sold 100 million shares. That's 2.5 billion cash. That's what he was saying in the video. Well, he's getting blasted down in the comments because he couldn't have sold 100 million shares because they didn't have them authorized. Because the apes said, we're not authorizing that, so they didn't even ask. Now, I think it was foolish that they didn't ask, but whatever. For whatever reason, they couldn't have done it. So he's wrong there.
I think
as well.
The issue is it goes back to Delaware Corporate Law 242. The vote was probably marginally in favor, but they did not have 51% of voters voting yes. They had
even going back
very low turnout.
Even going back further in 2021, when the price was extremely elevated, that's when the original, it was supposed to be on I think May or June 2021 on that corporate meeting at that time. That's when he removed it at that point, and then they never asked again, which is like, okay, but the price slid down. So it was just weird, but yeah, it might have been that, but I'm talking about, but way before even any of the lawsuit stuff. Because that's what initially, that's why they even had to go the route of this private equity or preferred equity token or whatever the fuck. Yeah.
Well,
so
like I said, I think the reason why they pulled the vote was they just didn't have they didn't have enough people participate to be able to get over
correct
Delaware law.
That's right. So here's AMC Bigum's thing, and somewhere, well, I don't know where it's at, but his meltdown, which we could just view from the other thing here.
Did he delete it? Because it should have been.
I don't. It might have been. Here, let's put your dumbass in your place. You invested in a company you did no research in. It was burning $200 million a quarter. You were in this blah, 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 right? All of the retroactive DD stuff that, you know,
from Mr.
where is it?
6.
Retroactive DD from Mr. Phase 6, right? So then we get Mike responding to that. This is classic. I remember another YouTuber who acted similar. Pretty sure Brian promoted Moass and AMC stuff. Is that his name, Brian? Is that AMC Bigham's name, Brian? Is that right?
I don't care either.
Let's see. Now he's saying y'all are the dumbasses for investing in AMC. The heat must be getting a lot hotter. It's human nature, though. When I went back to the corner, a person who knows they've been wrong will twist everything they said, defend themselves. Maybe news of what it is. Billion-dollar lawsuits against Meet Kevin and that Crypto Ben guy, among others, is seeping into AMC Adam influencers' heads. I know by personal experience, when the lawyers want you, they will find you. Nothing like Robin Hood lawyers digging up my old Reddit. Yada, yada, yada.
Mr. Marine there excludes himself as being one of these like pumpers.
Yeah.
How these no voters play this retcon game that they were not part of this. Not part of this squeeze thing.
Right. So yeah, we got another YouTuber or another Bigum starting to crack. Here we go. Here's oops, wrong one. We bring this over here. Okay. Here is the post. You know, it might be fun. Well, I don't know. Will it be fun?
Who's it in response to?
Before we read it, it's in response to victim of Adam Aron fraud. So they say indictments are coming for these people. Right.
So it's in response to it's in response to Mr. Williams.
Yes.
Oh
yeah. Oh, is that who it is? Okay.
Completely delicious. Since the reason why I didn't come into the voice chat till now was because I was busy showing him how to actually troll. He finally gifted me. Bye.
Okay.
Felicia. Bye, Felicia.
Let me find. Is this it? Yeah. Okay. I thought it might be fun to do this way instead of me reading the whole fucking thing. Let me just get this. Just 1 second here. Let's see. Bigham's real name is Brian, according to Manuel. Okay. All right. All right. Let's try this.
Here, let's put your dumbass in your place. You invested in a company you did not that was burning 200 million a quarter. You were in this stock before you even knew my name. Because you listened to Reddit say Moass. Now as an adult you decide to invest still, don't you, dumbass? I said for over a year and a half AMC is burning money and needs to raise capital. They don't make enough profits to pay down debt. Now I bet you're slow and uneducated and know nothing about business. So let me explain how it works.
I know.
You need to make enough profits to pay operating expenses and debt expenditures and the interest attached to it. Now when you are uneducated as jumped in AMC, the reason it was being shorted was they were burning money and could go bankrupt. So I said for year we need to raise capital while we're in the 25s, and you dumb bass children said no, you're a shill, it will ruin our squeeze play. And in fact, dumb bass, it would have killed their short thesis. So while we kept burning money because you know the movie theaters need box office to recover. You children thought the CEO who said to you over and over I need to raise money or bankruptcy is on the table cried. Any judge will laugh you out because what you invested before you even knew AMC Bigham's now back to end of the short bus.
Oh, that was much better than me reading it.
He's also at the back of that short bus, so I don't even know what he's going off about.
Yeah. Well,
tax that just because he came in 2022 instead of 2021, that somehow he's exempt from this.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if this is this the same? Is this the right Peter Hahn? Because I'm looking here and I'm seeing Peter Hahn,
I think so.
And I'm looking at a bunch of anime stuff. Now, I thought Peter Hahn had blocked me, but it might have been on my other account. I don't know. Or he's trying to cover up all of his shit with, like, oh, no, I didn't post that.
That's what he's going for.
He might have deleted it all and posted a bunch of manga stuff like like, no, look at my Twitter. It's not that. But anyway, so then we get, replies here. Getting so defensive makes it seem like the guy is right.
Why don't you go into a victim of Adam Aron's fraud there if you want to have a laugh and a half on those replies from tonight.
Oh, down in here? Yeah. Getting so defensive.
Those replies.
You go, muster, fucking douche. The crime's committed. The evidence is here. You're going to be the spark that lights the wildfire that burns down Adam Aron's house of cards. I'm going to exploit the fuck out of all of you.
Remember, this is the guy.
Ask Sonny Korax. He likes the stock.
To Adam Aron.
Here you are, coming in here.
I love how they think that in 2024, saying someone is gay is still an insult.
I don't know.
They're muted. Bye, Felicia. Like when
good
comes in to try and troll you, and they're the one that pussies out at the end. That's
Mm-hmm.
Kiss. That's what I live for with these fucking meme stock trolls.
They are just ring, you fucking criminal. You're guilty of conspiracy, defraud investos. You ignorant fuck. You're about to have the biggest investigation up your sorry fucking ass. It will make Adam Aron's grapefruit-sized asshole look like a peanut. What?
This guy has to be so far in the closet. It's hilarious.
Typo. Yeah.
To be fair, his tweets have less grammatic and spelling issues than his emails to Adam Aron did. So.
Yeah. Okay. So we got.
Better maybe he's learning English. It takes some time when you're that retarded, but
Yeah. Right. We got AMC Cinema Suites on my trending here, and so I see that there's a bunch of pictures of people posting their
want some chocolate grasshoppers.
AMC grasshoppers. Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, yes. Where did it go? Where the fuck did it go? Okay. Anyway. Yeah. Ooh. Wow. Pretzels, raisins. I don't know. They're not showing the grasshoppers.
That does sound pretty good.
Yeah. Sure does. Ooh. Burn this book. Is that burn book? I don't know. Whatever. Heist of the Century, Part 4. Oh, yeah. Maybe we should watch this. Okay. 32 minutes. No. Can't do that.
It's the one. It's Mr. You defamed me.
Right. Okay. Here's one
thing about you. It's your problem that you decided to hang out with a cult that sends threats to people.
Right. Oh my God.
Or,
okay.
I'm sorry, intimates that they're going to do bodily harm to people on the internet. They haven't sent threats yet, as far as outside of Mr.
Right.
Mr. Willis.
Okay. Let's see what we got here.
A quick ramble. It made sense to me why #GameStop shut down the GameStop wallet. Regulation complications, etc. And most importantly, I didn't see this as part of GameStop's strengths. Sale and resale of gaming-related products. I was definitely taken by surprise by shutdown of the NFT marketplace.
Really?
Sure, it wasn't making a whole load in terms of revenue, but I saw the technology as key to GameStop's core strengths. The sale and resale of digital products. I saw it in the same way. NFTs for art purposes.
Well, they saw it in the same way because they were biased.
Market and resale of digital.
That's the problem.
Would be part of the transformative growth that we've all been focused on.
No.
Even more surprising was the redirecting of player to the GameStop marketplace, indicating that maybe player will be kicked to the curb too.
Oh, really? Maybe.
This makes no sense to me, as it's part of GameStop's core strengths. The sale and resale of gaming products. So all of this is certainly a little bit of a kick in the balls for me personally. But when I take a step back and look at it, I realize we still don't know shit. We know that the core revenue streams for GameStop are being fine-tuned and set to profit soon. And we know that we have Ryan Cohen behind the wheel.
Oh, sweet.
Definitely a shock from another perspective.
So you know that you might, you might get sold out to, I don't know, because wasn't that what he does? He sells unprofitable companies.
The thing that has happened to Twitter is these fucking long ass posts. Like, you can TLDR on this.
Yeah, and you can do that if you you pay for the premium, right? That's how you get to be able to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, fuckers. Yeah, of course. Well, Lynn said written and read by AI, which true.
A billy in the bank, and a change of course like this could mean a lot of things. Does RC have something else in mind?
Here we are.
Know something we don't? To top it off, we
probably not.
Is rare.
Probably not, because that's why he's not having the fucking earnings calls. Do you think that motherfucker wants to sit through a Q&A and have to explain why everything fucking sucks? Yeah, he knows something that you don't. He knows when he's going to fucking jump ship.
And I personally feel that a course shift like this warrants some explanation or even an acknowledgement of a different heading. We may not get it. If we do not get it, then it's down to trusting in the GameStop leadership team, which I personally
okay.
And now
I love
that
it's like
growth outside
they're
of
changing
GameStop's core
course.
business.
They're not telling us why they're changing course, but
or what the course is. Right. We don't know why they're changing course. We don't even know what the new course is.
It's doing.
We're just blindfolded, and we can tell that we're going in a different direction now. That's basically what happened. You're tied up and blindfolded on a ship.
We don't want to know if we're being led off the end of the dock.
Right.
I think it's good. Definitely.
You ever see
sharks in that water?
Did you ever watch the show Silicon Valley on HBO? It was a series on HBO. Okay, I know some people may have, but right. There's a driverless car that you basically get in, and it takes you wherever. And he got in, and it took him to a ship, and he got on a container. He drove the car into the container, and that was part of the directions, and he ended up in the middle of the ocean. But anyway, Jared is his name. Anyway, anybody who's seen Silicon Valley knows what I'm talking about there. So yeah, he was at the mercy of this machine, which led him to the middle of the ocean. And now, so yeah, that's what you're doing here. You are blindfolded, hands tied. I can tell, I think we're going a different direction. Maybe we slowed down a little bit. I don't know where it's at, where we are, where I'm going to end up. Boy, yeah, that's not a great place to be in now, is it? Sucks. But hey, trust Ryan Cohen. He's the savior.
Us an unknown. Imo, it's kind of fucking exciting.
Okay.
Next. What do you think? Can't stop, won't stop.
Okay. Wow.
I hate that.
Amazing.
So much.
Yeah, me too. Oh boy. So Lynn says there are no grasshoppers. That's too bad. RC will sell GameStop to Target in early 2025. Target. It'll be a Target in-store.
Another shitty company.
Right. Okay. Well, yeah, I do need to.
How that works, though.
I do need to close it down because it's 10 o'clock, and boy, I can't have another repeat of the last one. So anyway,
we went to midnight.
Any last final words? Go for it. What do you got going on this week?
You know what? I'm putting together, like, I've been procrastinating on this, but I'm going to put one of those, like, videos together that are supposed to be like your introduction for someone new coming on your channel. And
that's a good idea.
A wonderful quote from the HBO John Adams special. It's when he's having his closing arguments in the soldiers, the British soldiers who were being tried for the Boston Massacre. That famous quote, "Facts are stubborn things." Facts are stubborn things. Because they're silent, you know, I should just play it, but like, you know, but they're deaf to the lamentations of the people. You know, you can't change facts. Facts are things that are. And no matter how much you want to try and change them, you can't. And so we're learning real fast what the facts are.
Indeed. Well, I don't know if John Adams actually said this, but he said it in the musical 1776. So it might be accurate. Is that one useless man is a disgrace. Two useless men are a law firm, and that 3 or more are a Congress. And
I have had this Congress.
Yes. And you know, it kind of applies here, you know, with these grifters somehow. But anyway, but they let and well, King George too is the one who you know, who's King George is the man. I say, you know, that it's the grifters. They are the ones. It's them. You know, they are the enemy that everybody's looking for with these hedge funds and government officials and Gary Gensler and everything else. They really need to look in the mirror. They need to look at the, you know, where did they get their information in the first place? Who's pushing it? And it's, you know, newsflash, it's not fucking private equity. It's not private equity. I've been playing around with some. Well, I don't want to get ahead of myself, but you know, so and I'm not going to talk about sons and daughters of private equity. It's a new foundation that I'm starting here. The Society for the Sons and Daughters of Private Equity for the next generation. But you know, we'll get that bridge when we'll cross that one when we come to it. Okay, all right. Well, thanks for being around, sticking around and chatting, and we'll do it again soon. I'm going to be closing this stream out shortly, so have a good night. Mr. Korax?
Yeah, you too.
Thank you, sir. All right, here we go.
You can't kill Michael Myers!
You can't.
This is what happens when you work to change things.
You're being a little bitch. Would you?
Oh, and look at that. The futures are magically back up.
You know, if you don't...
Dollars magically back down.
Not to speak and just be proven a complete imbecile in the matter. Okay, so...
Okay. All right. Okay.
Man, fuck you. I think you a bitch. You understand what I'm saying?
GME will buy Blockbuster and Toys R Us brands before they go bankrupt by Golden Skillet. That's what you're saying. That's what you're saying.
The price is wrong, bitch.
First they think you're crazy, then they fight you.
Yeah. Anyway.
I don't know. I don't really...
Yeah, fun stream. See you guys.
And then all of a sudden you change the world.
What the hell? Oh my God, no way.